when a cold mechanical voice welcomes him to the plane's survival game, announcing that he must either live or die on a battlefield of blood and fire, driving his own vehicle. Through terrifying nights to walk the king's path, he wakes on the grass with absolutely no clue how he got there. School desks and classmates are gone, replaced by endless wilderness. Under a glaring sun, before he can even process the change, he spots something shuffling. Nearby, rotting skin, twisted limbs, growling like a beast. His brain completely freezes. On the word zombie, just as a glowing screen blooms to reveal the basic rules, the guide explains that every player gets a random vehicle and a random talent. Feral monsters flood the plains at night, meaning he has to take shelter inside. The vehicle is unique, and losing it means being completely at the mercy of others. Players cannot rob each other, but almost everything can be upgraded using raw materials. 6 in the evening marks the deadly night boundary. This first round of survival lasts 7 days, with the monsters growing stronger daily, until a massive horde descends on day 7. This is a real world where death is permanent. His chest tightens as he realizes he has been dropped into a brutal survival game, and he is not alone. In the corner of the screen are tabs for regional chat, status, trade, and inventory. The population count reads 99,983 and dropping fast. A wave of panic unfolds, with players bragging about awakening skills, screaming about zombies, and begging to know what the beginner equipment is. Since someone woke up in underwear, others snap back, telling them to read the guide because this is real. Almost 20 are already dead. And a new notification announces that vehicle selection is beginning, according to the guide. The vehicle is his only hope of survival. He tenses up, and honestly, who wouldn't? But before he can even settle, the system awards him a dilapidated van. It is an ancient, rusty eyesore with peeling paint, dented doors, and oil-stained chassis sitting on flat tires. He climbs inside and immediately gags on the musty stench, torn seats, and dusty dashboard. No air conditioning, no radio. Just total garbage. The status panel labels his van as Tier 1, maximum speed 60 kilometers per hour. Durability is 15%, with 1 unit of fuel lasting 300 kilometers. Upgrades require 50 gold pieces, 30 mechanical parts, and 100 steel sheets. A Tier 1 chip remains locked until the modifications reach level 10. Its description calls it a veteran vehicle with 600,000 kilometers. Every single screw is kept in place by sheer, miraculous balance, guaranteed to run as long as he never tries to repair it. His hopes of driving a sleek SUV collapse, but a metal shell is still better than nothing, so he accepts his fate. Meanwhile, the regional chat explodes as players boast about armored trucks while others mourn their weak hatchbacks. One unlucky guy cries after drawing a bicycle, only to be told to run towards someone stronger. Compared to a bike, his rusty van is not the worst hand. Next comes the talent draw, and the channel holds its breath with him. 10 seconds pass before the chat explodes. Someone boasts a B-rank strength talent with 10-fold amplification. Someone complains their fire ability is only D rank, while another claims C rank. Combat skills. The remaining players notice that no A ranks or higher have been posted yet, as the strongest survivors are keeping quiet. His chest tightens in anxious suspense until a clear chime rings, and the system congratulates him on awakening a triple S rank hidden talent. His intelligence is marked unique. The panel explains he gets one special piece of daily information to accept or decline. If he declines it, it triggers secretly, claiming itself as the talent with the highest possible potential, basically telling those self-proclaimed lucky emperors to step aside. Because their master has arrived, his personal panel lists him as Jeneng with 11 constitution compared to the average adult male 10 and 9 spirit. Versus 10, a dilapidated van as his bound vehicle, and triple S-rank intelligence. Hidden and unique, and honestly, who wouldn't lose their mind seeing that? Because unique means he is the only person in this entire world with this power. In a deadly survival game, having first-hand information is literally everything. The system confirms all starting packs are distributed and tells every player to begin, announcing a random treasure chest near each starting location. Jeneng climbs out. He scans the grass. A notification asks if he wants today's intelligence. He declines because the system alert already told him where a chest is, and overlapping intel would waste his daily draw. Soon, he spots a glowing wooden box 7 or 8 meters from a wandering zombie. He softens his steps, Quietly slips over, lifts the lid and finds gold, 3 parts, 2 leather, and a Glock 17. Pistol, a 20 of 40 magazine with auto-reload and perfect durability. Fitted, it is a reliable mid-range gun with 60 bonus rounds. The weight of real steel calms him, cocking it like a movie hero. The chamber clicks, the zombie hears it and charges. Jennung fires, his first shot clipping its shoulder. 3 more rounds sharpen his aim, and the last cracks its forehead at 3 or 4 meters. The system credits him 0.1 gold as he wipes sweat away. He is stunned that killing monsters actually pays, but annoyed that 10 of them only equals 1 gold. He pats down the corpse, finds only rot and moves on. The clock says about 4 hours of daylight remain. The regional chat shows others opening starter chests, finding knives, tools, food, and one absurd M4A1 rifle with infinite ammunition. Talk about an absolute cheat code. Jennung can only watch and swallows his envy, reminding himself his own talent will easily draw him equal. Suddenly, noise echoes nearby. He curses, throws himself into the dilapidated van, starts the engine and jams it into gear, stomping the gas. The engine coughs old smoke as tires chew grass, with 7 or 8 zombies already slamming against his windows and screaming. This is the massive pressure of a horde hitting him firsthand. He shifts up, gaining speed, and shakes them off across the flat land, finally escaping after several kilometers. The vehicle doors and hood are dented and bloody, the driver window cracked, and durability drops from 15 to 14%. One broken window makes him can meet next round. His panel offers 2 upgrade options. The firing port path converts every window into welded shooting ports, costing 5 gold. 2 parts and 5 steel sheets. Tempered glass reinforces the windows while preserving his view for 3 gold, 1 part, plus an 80% refund on any reverse. Tempered glass alone costs 3 gold, which equals 30 zombies, a price he cannot pay with only 60 bullets unless every shot is a perfect headshot. He has to hunt chests, not zombies. He drives slowly, eyes scanning the monotonous highway. After over an hour, he finds a small crimson fruit tree and plucks 43 fresh fruits, rated common but dense in nutrients, perfect for steady consumption. They boost fitness, but eating too many causes severe diarrhea. Still, he takes a bite. It is incredibly sour, just enough to wet his throat. A few hundred meters later, the ground turns mushy. He speeds up, sweating cold at the mere thought of getting stuck out here with no rescue. He steps in to scout on foot. As he grips his weapon, daily intelligence appears. This time he accepts it. The system report warns him that he has reached a dangerous swamp, where risk and reward coexist, and where even zombies become helpless prey. About 100 meters southeast, an unusual bronze sheen has appeared. He moves in carefully with his weapon, low and slow. Mud rises past his ankles, mud drags at his feet as winding python tracks crisscross the wet grass. It makes his skin crawl. After 100 meters, he reaches the target and finds a wooden chest half buried in muck. Inside, 1 gold coin, 5 python skins, 200 universal bullets, an AK-47, and a sharp dagger. Everything is at full durability. The rifle has 30 of 180 rounds. Known as the most mass-produced weapon worldwide, a favorite of pirates, it drops enemies in a single burst. If that fails, just pull the trigger again. The dagger is pristine, sharp, unmodified, and extremely easy to hide. Built for life or death sneak attacks, the system description tells him not to hesitate. Just stab. The python skins can craft armor, while the universal bullets will reload any gun except sniper rifles, genuine hard currency. He slots the dagger and pistol onto his belt, lifting the AK-47. Now watch his confidence floods back, but the intel still mentions that bronze sheen, this wooden chest. Cannot be it. He crouches down to watch as a giant python, thick as a bull, slithers just 5 meters ahead of him. He freezes. In 10 minutes he counts at least 5 massive snakes. One is over 15 meters long, an absolute monster. A single squeeze would crush his bones to dust. After 30 tense minutes, he spots a bronze flicker in the mud. A python just slithered past. The wet surface is already smoothing over. He digs his hands deep into the muck until he feels a heavy box. He pulls. The bronze chest breaks the surface. It is a 3rd-tier chest, sitting above wooden, black, and iron tiers. Above it lie silver, gold, and legendary classes. The system tells him to be incredibly happy. You see, finding a 3rd-tier chest on day 1 is incredibly rare. Almost nobody can match this. He pops the lid. A crisp metallic clang rings out. As brilliant light floods the swamp, the chest yields a rare armor core, a stack of universal ammunition, a sniper rifle, and a weapon mod called ballistic correction. He packs the haul and turns his van back to safer ground. The regional chat is buzzing. A few players have found their second chests. One lucky veteran brags about pulling a long sword and 200 bullets. Others jealously curse his insane luck, while many cannot even find their first chest. Several desperate players post buyout requests for ammo at any price. Everyone is scrambling to arm up. He decides it is time to upgrade. The shooting port upgrade path makes perfect sense given his massive new firepower. He sinks the materials and confirms, with a sudden flash of blinding white light. The cracked, bloody windows become heavy steel sheets with sliding gun ports. Designed for weapons up to 300 millimeters, 5 massive gates defend his ride. He gets a sweet bonus when the front windshield upgrades to tempered glass. That beat-up van is now a mobile bunker with a cool cyberpunk wasteland vibe. His panel shows the engine, tires, doors, and outer armor can be upgraded. Same goes for the roof gun, air conditioner, and sound system. Plus the central screen, generator, fridge, and even massage seats. Each upgrade adds a level, with major advancement unlocking at level 10. Next, he opens the market because day one is always prime time for cheap deals. Terrified players are panic selling their materials to buy guns and ammo. Basic handguns go for 3 gold, while rifles are basically priceless. High-end weapons require private deals, and ammo prices are utterly ridiculous. He realizes it is up to 3 gold for 100 universal rounds, brutal math. He only profits if he drops a zombie in 3 shots or less. In just hours, the player count plummeted from 100,000 to 97,000. 3,000 dead already. Honestly, reading that chat would make anyone lose their mind. Players are telling everyone to blow their savings on heavy firepower. Top clans only recruit those with armored vehicles and firearms. One guy begs for help with just a melee weapon and gets instantly roasted. Others desperately scream for unlimited ammo. The panic is real. Everyone is obsessed with attack power while completely ignoring defense. This means base materials like steel are dirt cheap. He takes 1,500 universal bullets. He splits them into 15 packs of 100, keeping 500 rounds for personal safety. They sell out in minutes, bringing his total funds to 64.4 gold. Next, he pivots, snatching up building parts at 0.1 to 0.2 gold each. Even if prices rise slightly, he easily doubles his investment before the 7-day countdown ends. He goes on a massive buying spree just as other players start catching on. The trading window is closing fast, and every second counts right now. Right before sunset, he manages to secure over 500 vehicle parts. With prices rising, he grabs 30 steel sheets and a quick stash of food and water. He stops with 7.3 gold left, checking his impressive new inventory. Inside he has rifles, 583 parts, and 30 steel sheets, along with 12 python skins, a rare armor core, and 42 fresh fruits. Plus bread, cola, and mineral water. The phase for gathering gear is officially over. Now it is time to prep for the night. The sun begins to slip away. Darkness blankets the entire area. He starts organizing his arsenal of 4 weapons. He clips the dagger and handgun to his belt, mounting the sniper rifle at the back. AK in hand, he loads 50 rounds into the pistol and 200 into the rifle. Next, he applies ballistic correction to the sniper rifle for perfect accuracy. This mod lets even a rookie hold a steady aim at extreme distances. That is the power of modifications, which usually sell for over 20 gold. Upgrades like zero recoil and infinite durability cost more than the guns themselves. High-tier items like the legendary infinite ammo mod are not even listed. That kind of early game cheat would only be traded for something equal. Since nothing of that value exists yet, players can only dream. Night falls completely. The moon climbs high as a soft breeze rustles through the grass. It would feel like a peaceful summer night if monsters were not out there. As the clock strikes 6, a scrolling announcement mockingly tells the weak little rabbits to hide, warning that night has fallen and the monsters are hunting. The chat channel tenses up. Terrified players shout for teammates, posting coordinates everywhere. A powerful user named Lijongguk posts his coordinates, welcoming any struggling brother tonight. He says over 20 survivors are already gathered, and he only demands upright values, unity, and complete obedience. The chat explodes with all recognizing him as the powerhouse who pulled a tank, Meanwhile, others gasp that another group is recruiting in the Black Mountain mining area for Jang. Dongj, the legendary boss with an infinite ammo M4A1, he watches in silence. Having zero intention of joining anyone, survival groups always fracture the second. Resources stop being even, and this is not their old home planet. No laws exist here. Only weak morality and fragile conscience, in other words, nothing. So he posts a warning of his own, telling everyone to stay put. Kill their engines, flatten their seats, and hold fire unless they have 200. Spare rounds since night zombies are hypersensitive to sound. His warning rattles. The channel, players getting ready to move, feel like they just got splashed with freezing water. Many ask if things are truly that dangerous, while others confirm that firing. Their weapons instantly attracted a horde. Others point out that Lai Jongguk said, to only come as an absolute last resort. Suddenly, the chat turns to pure panic. As someone screams, they are here. A creepy crimson mist spreads across the wilderness. Terrifying figures rise. They howl. These night zombies are nothing like the slow, brainless creatures seen during the day. Under this red fog, they enter a bloodthirsty berserk frenzy, sprinting in massive waves for living flesh. He watches through his vehicle's shooting window, 10 times more monsters than before with their speed and power scaling up massively. Soon, frantic gunfire echoes through the dark, never stopping. Our hero climbs to the back, grabs his sniper rifle and scans. 2 kilometers away, an old man's mobility scooter is completely surrounded by zombies. The poor owner fires wildly while trying to escape. Glass shatters as grotesque, twisted shapes squeeze inside. His defense lasting only a few seconds before he is ripped apart and devoured. The sight makes him frown. The online survivor count drops rapidly, plunging past 96,000. The chat is flooded with screaming help requests. Some boast they barely survived deadly encirclements, while veterans shout at everyone to keep driving or get swarmed. One trembling voice asks how insane the 7-day horde will be if this terror does not even count as one. Right then, a paid rescue broadcast catches his eye, his golden opportunity. The player offers 2 gold and a rare super silencer upgrade to anyone who can save him, even as others argue that everyone is on their own and that cold weapons are better against zombies because they do not attract more. Someone snaps back that letting a zombie get close is instant death. He sits up a super silencer. It is incredibly valuable, currently listed on the market for an outrageous 30 gold, and this one could match it. He quickly messages the seller, offering to help if the guy is within 10 kilometers. The reply comes instantly, pinging a location 7 kilometers away. He asks how long the seller can survive. Idaho Huang replies that his windows are upgraded, but the body is too thin. A dozen zombies are on him, and he dares not step outside, begging him to hurry. Don't worry. He tells the man to wait, starts up and rolls out. His van coughs 2 puffs of black smoke, immediately drawing nearby zombies who hear the engine, and they string themselves out behind his rear bumper, the flat terrain letting the van push over 40 kilometers an hour, just fast enough not to be surrounded. He cuts through the night, dragging them along. Some claw the doors, others climb the roof, while others lunge straight into the grill with sickening impacts that can pin bodies under his chassis and jam the van in place. He had not planned to drive at night and never upgraded to harder configurations, but clearly that has to change. He pulls up the upgrade menu, prioritizing tires and the chassis. The tire menu offers 4 options. All-terrain, balancing road and off-road, costs 2 gold. And 1 leather. Mud terrain, built for extreme off-roading, costs 5 gold and 2 leather. Snow tires for ice and snow run the same cost. Then high-performance run flats hold 100 kilometers an hour even when deflated, for 10 gold and 5 leather. More options lock behind future advancement, but all store in the system trunk for free swapping. He buys the all-terrain. A flash of white light replaces his 4 flat tires with massive, thick-treaded all-terrains, and the van's handling instantly stabilizes. The chassis options offer him an off-road primary for 5 gold and 5 parts, featuring independent 4-wheel suspension, or a performance primary for 10 gold and 10 parts built for speed and stability, with air suspension requiring engine and transmission upgrades. He takes off-road, another chime, and the whole chassis lifts noticeably, the ride going solid under him. The engine roars and 4 wheels tear through the wilderness. This beat-up van suddenly drives like an actual off-roader. Durability climbs from 14% before the window upgrade to 19 after. Now 35 with tires and chassis. He he pushes to its 60-kilometer limit, leaving the zombies far behind. To go faster, he would need engine and transmission upgrades, which he cannot afford with less than 1 gold left. Across the plains, other vehicles flee with their own trails of zombies. Driving to escape is now everyone's last resort. Vehicle defense is going to be paramount, and he is glad he stockpiled spare parts. After half an hour, he closes in on his destination, finding a hidden spot. To watch through his scope, a black sedan sits at a sick angle, wheels jammed with bloody corpses completely stuck. A dozen zombies claw at the doors while inside, Juwang is half out of his mind. As he closes within a kilometer, the radio frequency syncs automatically, and the second the channel opens, he starts wailing. He tells him he wants the reward first and opens a trade. Juwang does not argue terms, because he has zero leverage. Even if our guy bylaid, all Juwang could do is curse him in chat before dying, and nobody would read it anyway. The trade drops a super silencer plus 2.1 gold into inventory. The description calls it a fire modification that completely kills muzzle flash, drops gun noise to a minimum, reduces recoil and improves handling, permanently bound once installed. A good horse deserves a good saddle, so his AK and pistol are not worthy. He installs it on the sniper rifle instead. White light flares along the muzzle, and a matte textured silencer settles in. He climbs into the back, opens the firing port, and slides the barrel and scope out. He chambers around with a soft click, sights in, and squeezes. What had been a fierce roar becomes a crisp, elegant whistle. The bullet flying more than 1,000 meters straight into a zombie's head. The skull bursts like a watermelon across the sedan windows, stable exactly where he aims. Most credit goes to ballistic correction, plus the stabilizer on that silencer. He pulls the trigger again. His scope locks onto targets, punching clean through multiple overlapping zombies with a single shot. System notifications flood. In every headshot awards 0.1 gold, sometimes dropping leather. Meanwhile, Huang, huddled with his hands over his head, looks up to see the monsters falling one after another from an unseen sniper in the pitch-black night, bursting into grateful tears and praising the savior. Terrified the sniper would take his money and run. Within a minute, the sniper clears out every single zombie around him. The silencer keeps things completely quiet. Then he radios over to say the job is done. Huang has to drag the corpses out himself. Since he is leaving, Huang pours out gratitude, calling him brother and asking if he can join him as a follower using his C-grade support talent, but he refuses, making it clear he travels alone. The operation cost 20 rounds and nearly 10 kilometers of fuel, netting 3.6 gold and a free silencer. Major profit. He eats 2 quick slices of bread, washing them down with a cold cola before checking sniper ammunition prices on the player trading market. They are incredibly cheap, mostly 1.5 gold per 100 rounds, some even lower. Few players use snipers, so they sell rare ammo cheap. He quickly buys 200 rounds and fills his magazines, feeling incredibly rich in firepower. Then he keeps posting that he is open for hired rescue missions. Over the next several hours, he helps trapped survivors in succession. Building a solid reputation is key early on, so he does not charge too much, just a token fee, a single coin, some food or crafting supplies. Picking up targets along his route since he has to hunt monsters anyway. But soon he runs into an absolutely ridiculous client named Idaho Wang Guang. Trapped by the undead, he flat out refuses to pay and demands a free rescue, claiming moral superiority. Our protagonist tells him he is an absolute idiot and drives away. The guy completely loses his mind and posts a massive smear campaign calling the sniper out, lying that he promised to help everyone, but abandoned him, extorted cash, and verbally abused him. He accuses our hero of being heartless trash who is completely unfit to live. The global chat absolutely explodes. But other players are not stupid. The immediate consensus is that he is just a cheap leech who has the nerve to complain, calling him a coddled giant baby who expects free handouts. His past rescue clients hit back hard. They point out that risking one's life for strangers absolutely deserves a reward. If toxic people scare off actual experts, everyone will end up dead. They even threaten to shoot him on sight. He tries to fight back, but is buried under massive public hatred, getting blocked so much that his profile turns into a marked public enemy. Our sniper keeps accepting jobs on the go. From 7 until 12, he travels hundreds of kilometers and burns almost all 200 fresh bullets. As he finishes his last commission, a crisp notification rings out congratulating him on obtaining the Ranger title, a white tier title, which grants 3 bonus points to both Constitution and Spirit, along with a rare additional 20% gold bonus on kills that can be withdrawn at any time. The title's description says the bearer quietly gets the job done and walks away unnoticed. Awarded for 10 rescues within a tight time limit, he equips it immediately. His strength, stamina, perception, and clarity sharpen instantly, the extra gold bonus is rare and the long-term passive gains will be massive. His balance sits at 21.5. Gold. His gear includes a modified level 2 sniper, a rifle, a pistol, a short dagger, 450 universal rounds, a pickaxe, a cleaver, and 589 hearts, 33 steel sheets, 12 python skins, 15 leather, and a rare armor core. Food supplies are 42 fresh fruits, 8 breads, 2 colas, 8 mineral waters, and 5 ham sausages, and 5 instant cup noodles. It is a bountiful haul deep into the night. Most players have survived in their own way, and the player count stabilizes at 93,000. Prices have shifted. Food and water prices drop 30% from pre-dusk highs. Parts and steel sheets skyrocket in value. Parts now cost half a gold piece each. Firearms and ammunition rise slightly. Vehicle fuel doubles from 3 gold to 6 per unit. Fuel is hard currency here. Without it, scavenging and fleeing are impossible. Jijiang buys 1 unit of fuel as backup along with more food, drinks, and 400 sniper rounds. His gold is almost depleted again. He keeps his parts for his own vehicle builds. In the early hours, pressure drops and players ease up. Jijiang reclines and reads the chat. People cry they barely made it. Durability is at 7%, and they desperately need repairs. Veterans note upgrades cost golden parts. Many regret not stocking up on parts when they cost a tenth of a gold. Everyone is urging quick stockpiling because the zombie hordes are coming. Someone asks if anyone has tried exploring at night. The response is swift. Who would dare? One single scratch means certain death without the rare antiviral serum, which currently sells for a massive 100 gold a shot. Suddenly, a seller shouts, "Sunshine broccoli for parts." Eating it boosts physical strength when paired with another. The players snap back, telling them to stop spamming. Nobody trades valuable parts for food right now, especially with free fresh fruit around. But Jijiang's eyes light up. He private messages the seller. Idaho vegetable pig, certainly a strange handle, considering most people just use their real names. The seller replies instantly, sharing the broccoli's official system details. Sunshine broccoli, a high-grade vegetable indeed. Unique specialty found in the starry sky great forest, nurtured by ample rain and sun. It is crisp, sweet, and raises physical strength by 0.1 per plant with a daily limit of 5 times. Direct physical stat boosting is on an entirely different level compared to fresh fruit, which only works slowly over time. Before he can reply, vegetable pig fires off rapid-fire messages, insisting the deal is incredibly cheap. 1 part for 1 plant, maybe 2, listing other inventory, including white winter melon and aquatic eggplant. All are high-grade foods with special bonuses. Jijiang asks where on earth they gathered all these rare vegetables, and Vegetable Pig claims it is a trade secret, but offers a sweet combo deal. He checks the trading exchange. Sure enough, these premium vegetables cannot be openly traded. It is a total monopoly, which is why the seller must advertise publicly. They haggle and settle on 5 parts for 7 sunshine broccoli, plus several lesser vegetables. Vegetable Pig demands he swear to keep this quiet, then reveals that all of these crops are personally homegrown. Growing things is their personal system talent, sending over a proud emoticon. Jijiang asks if they are serious. They are. They add each other as friends. Jijiang pulls out a broccoli plant. It is palm-sized, glossy, and moist. He takes a bite, eyes widening. It is incredibly sweet and rich with juice. He polishes off all 5 plants, and a warm, slightly tipsy feeling spreads through him. His strength is rising. His panel reads name Jijiang. Title Ranger with strength +3, spirit +3, and an additional kill bonus of 20%. His strength is 14.5, above the average of 10. His spirit is 12. His accumulated kill bonus sits at 0 gold. Bound vehicle is an old minivan, modified to level 3. Daily intelligence talent is SSS. His rank is hidden and unique. He closes the panel satisfied, thinking that if his physique keeps climbing, he might try cold weapons later. From what he can see, most players have 4 upgrade paths. The first is the vehicle path, dumping resources into gold and parts to push the car up tiers fast, aiming at second Tier vehicles, the second is personal attributes, focusing heavily on constitution. Over spirit, it is pure physical evolution, but everyone is cautious about close quarters combat without a foundation. The third is the weapon path, fastest results and safer, but durability means weapons need reinvestment. His sniper is already losing 8% in one night, so unless infinite durability exists, weapons may not stay. Top tier, the fourth is hoarding supplies, simplest and lowest risk. Finding a hole to hide in, but offering the worst late-game survival since nothing keeps up with rising monster strength. Each has pros and cons. The survival guide recommends developing comprehensively, with nothing ignored, ideally a small group. Splits the four paths, each specializing, but that requires extreme trust because one betrayal collapses everything, which is exactly why he refuses to team up. Luckily, he has daily intelligence and only needs to stabilize early. He drifts off in the stiff driver's seat, completely exhausted. It is an uncomfortable night. Zombies wander up to scratch the door and howl, jolting him awake repeatedly. At dawn, the sun lifts crystal clear, dew from the grass blades as birds chirp on the roof. A weather report scrolls across his view, calling today. Cloudy turning clear, 15 to 28 degrees Celsius, favoring the white-scaled fish of Sunken Moon Lake. A good day for fishing. He draws a deep breath of cool morning air and stretches. His back twinges, telling himself he really needs to upgrade the van soon, at minimum a bed as he eats breakfast, 3 large loaves, 2 hot dogs, 2 fresh fruits, sunshine broccoli, 2 cucumbers, and a large bottle of water. All of it only fills him halfway since his appetite scales with his constitution. He wishes out loud for hot pot, but starch sausages are his only savory option. Day 2, and things are already getting pretty intense. Many are already moving before dawn. In under 10 minutes, he spots a wooden chest in a small basin. He hops out, cracking it open, pulling out 2 gold, 400 universal bullets, and 1 unit of fuel, a pure resource chest. Worth over 15 gold, a strong start. With the upgraded tires and chassis, the van's effective speed is nearly doubled, his eyesight sharpened by added spirit. His search rate is markedly higher, though he does not find another chest for hours. He kills around 20 zombies for 2 gold, and spots a wild deer that he takes down with a sniper, then bleeds and skins it for 1 deer hide and 10 units of fresh venison. Without fire or cookware, he cannot eat the venison, and fresh meat cannot be listed on the exchange. Only modern foods like noodles and ham trade, so he bags it for storage. The backpack has no time flow, so food never spoils. As noon approaches, he chews on some vegetables while driving. The familiar voice chimes in his head with today's intelligence. He accepts. It reads that to his southwest lies a low vine forest, vines suitable for armor, tools like axes for gathering, but fierce beasts and venomous insects appear often, and he must be extremely careful. With a note that an unusual metallic strange lint has appeared there over the past few days. He notices that metallic sheen. Once again, he opens the right firing port, spots a vine forest, and drives over. He gears up with a pistol and dagger at his waist, holding his Alaska knife. A sniper rifle is slung across his back, expecting some massive beast like a blood python. He slips inside silently, noting these weird vines never grew on Blue Star. Gnarled and winding, they are so tough his dagger barely scratches them. Perfect armor material if he had the tools. Suddenly, something rustles underfoot, a 70-centimeter centipede, thick as his wrist. A chill shoots right up his spine, but he does not dare fire a gun here, driving his dagger straight through its head. Colored goo pins it down. The system confirms a venomous centipede kill, rewarding 0.2 gold. He gets 1 venom, better drops than zombies. Now, insects come in waves, including large crawlers, glowing blue scorpions, and head-sized spiders. His super silencer picks them off without waking up anything bigger. After half an hour of wandering, he freezes. 2 completely black boxes lie hidden inside a dense knot of winding vines. Their surfaces shimmering metallic in the sunlight, 2 of them. His heart starts pounding as he pushes through, but the vines thicken so much he cannot even pull them apart. He switches to slow dagger work, sawing until his arm is raw after 10 minutes. Finally giving up, he blasts the vines apart with dozens of sniper rounds until he reaches the chests. The system identifies them as black iron treasure chests. Step above the common wooden ones, he pops the first open with a loud clang. Out roll 9 gold coins, 20 dwarf vines, 1,000 universal bullets, and Melee weapon modification called Super Edge Sharpening, along with one firearm. Mod called Infinite Bullets, he freezes in absolute shock before a surge of wild joy hits him. Infinite Bullets is a legendary early game cheat code. The item descriptions load. Super Edge Sharpening is the strongest core upgrade of the Melee series. It permanently binds to a weapon, while Infinite Bullets expands any gun magazine to limitless, cutting reload times to 3 seconds. Both are permanent. 2 core modifications in one chest is nuts. Infinite Bullets is incredibly rare. It costs as much as antiviral serum. He pops the second, 12 gold, 24 dwarf vines, 1300 universal bullets, 1 dwarf vine armor, and 6 C-level talent shards plus 1 B-level talent shard. This dwarf vine armor is pretty common, woven from the toughest core strands. It stops ordinary bullets and blade slashes easily. It even self-repairs in water. These shards are far more interesting. 10 C-levels make 1 random C-level talent, and 10 B-level shards yield 1 B-level talent, he assumed. Each player could only have 1 innate talent, but apparently they can actually stack more. The power ceiling for survival has just shattered. Not every chest drops these shards, though. Only black iron and above chests seem to yield them, with odds of perhaps 1 in 20. Chests for a single B-rank shard. Finding those higher-grade chests is no easy task, he bags. The shards pulls out the dwarf vine armor and slips it on. It is his only real equipment, lowest common grade, but it still stops bullets. It self-repairs, bends like a jacket, and weighs barely 3 pounds. There is no restriction on his movement. Time to retreat. The smell of something massive hangs over them. Vines here are smeared with thick mucus. On his way back, insect waves press closer, and his sniper is no longer enough. He drops stealth, swapping to his AK on 3-round bursts, backing out and spraying. Without antiviral serum, 1 single bite is fatal. Instant death. Gunfire roars as the rustling foliage answers with a crisp clattering of joints in the distance. A giant terror centipede is on the move. He shoves his weapons into his backpack and sprints, the terrifying chase pushing him through thick vines that he crawls under and leaps over at top speed. They slow it down just enough. Minutes later, he breaks out and rushes to his van. Door shut, igniting the engine and hitting the gas hard. Exhaust coughs dark smoke. Only then does he finally see what was chasing him, a giant terror centipede, easily a meter thick. Hundreds of segmented legs twitch, its body sheathed in black armor glinting in the sunlight. Its front half is tens of meters long, with more still in the trees. The system profile identifies it as an elite monster, a massive arthropod nesting in the dwarf vine forest. It is not venomous like its smaller kin, but ferociously territorial, capable of cutting a human in half with its razor-sharp pincer teeth. He had thought the adult blood python was tough, but this is what a true elite looks like. Right outside the forest, it catches up to his van in under 10 seconds. Its massive body rears up onto the roof, segmented legs hammering until the thin metal dents in a dozen places. Then its pincers bite the door and vehicle durability drops by 5%. The immense mass kills his speed and the van starts to drift. An upgrade prompt opens. Finally, vehicle body root 1 external armor replacing the frame with integrated diecast alloy, plus an 8mm military bulletproof layer. 10 gold, 10 parts, and 20 steel sheets are required. He hits upgrade and the van flares white. The severed teeth clang directly to the cabin floor as the blinding glow fades. Every single dent is gone. The exterior is reborn as thick, heavily riveted steel plates. The monster screams in pain, blue blood pouring from where its pincers used to be. Its antennae thrash wildly. It throws itself at the van, but this upgraded armor is on a completely different tier. Without pincers, it cannot even scratch him. He empties a rifle magazine into its body. The carapace dimples, but holds with only occasional lucky hits piercing between segments. He searches the exchange market for heavy machine guns, scanning the Maxim MG08, German MG34, the QJZ, or the Gatling. Prices are down because heavy weapons burn bullets at dozens of rounds per second, spending 3 gold. In just 2 seconds, a normal survivor would have to clear a whole city of zombies to break even. But wait, he has infinite bullets, so who cares? He finds a Gatling at 99% durability and buys it instantly. A pitch-black, 6-barreled, handheld heavy machine gun materializes, dropping his shoulder under its massive weight, tens of pounds. The system describes it as humanity's ultimate pursuit of firepower made flesh. Motorized barrel carousel with a maximum rate over 5,000 rounds Per minute, a literal Grim Reaper that turns carbon-based life to ash, he applies. Infinite ammunition on the spot, because these heavy machine guns are belt-fed. There is absolutely no reload gap. He can hold the trigger down until the barrel cooks itself. He cranks the side shutter open and shoves the barrel out. The centipede lunges. Opening its pus-leaking mouth to bite, he squeezes the trigger and a faint electric. Wine builds, the barrels spin up. Then a hellish wall of fire erupts with over 60 rounds a second pouring directly into its mouth, shredding the oral cavity in a heartbeat. It shrieks, arches backward, and hits the ground, twisting. He keeps the trigger held down, walking the stream across its body, punching through its carapace and tearing flesh until its raw escape instinct kicks in, dragging its mangled body away. He heads toward the forest. No way he lets it escape. He kicks the door open, aims the Gatling, and fires. The beast stops moving. The barrels glow red. System updated. A giant centipede kill. He gets 21 gold and a giant pincer. He also receives a 10 gold first kill bonus. He slumps, gasping. Gatling recoil is brutal, but 12 gold from this kill makes it worth it. Those pincers are incredibly tough, a special material perfect for forging. This special growth equipment actually evolves. He checks the exchange market. It shows absolutely nothing, which makes sense since he got the first kill. Barrels are glowing hot. They must cool down or durability drops. That single spray cost him 3%. He notes to upgrade durability soon. He needs super barrel cooling. It is already 4 in the afternoon. Only 2 hours until nightfall. He opens his inventory and counts 19 gold. He has a second-tier modified sniper, a first-tier machine gun, a rifle, a pistol, a dagger, and 3,000 bullets. He also has some basic armor, a pickaxe, and a machete. For materials, he holds steel, python skins, leather, and dwarf vines. He also has venom, a giant pincer, armor cores, and extra fuel. His food supply includes fresh fruit, bread, water, and instant noodles. Finally, he has an aquatic eggplant and several useful talent fragments. The backpack is bloated. Since inventory space is limited, he makes a move. He moves heavy items to his trunk, then lists materials on exchange. These should fetch 10 gold. He also lists 2,500 bullets. Selling those bullet packs should bring his total profits to 75 gold. With preparation in full swing, eager buyers clear out his listings quickly. His gold rises past 100. Let's be real, a rich man doesn't cheap out. Breathable fabric seats cost 3 gold, 2 parts, and 2 leather. Imitation leather is 5 gold, 2 parts, and 3 leather pieces. He chooses the leather. Since he is constantly in mud, fabric would stink. A bright light flashes. All 5 seats become clean, soft, and cool. The musty smell is gone. Next up is upgrading his linear engine. He can choose the standard option or go for a powerful turbocharger. The turbo costs 10 gold and 10 parts. He picks the turbocharger. White light flares under the hood. The engine and gearbox refresh instantly. He turns the key, shifts gear, and presses down. A powerful vibration rumbles. The van leaps forward, pinning him back. The control panel reads Tier 1. Top speed is 120 kilometers per hour, with dropping durability. The fuel level is critical, offering only a 50-kilometer range. His total vehicle level reaches 6. Further advancement requires more resources. He needs 50 gold, 20 parts, 100 steel sheets, and a chip. This only unlocks when every part hits level 10, outgrowing its old status. This 600,000-kilometer vehicle is finally brought back to normal. The turbo burns fuel quickly, so he uses his stored fuel to extend range. He pushes his range to 550. He searches for a chip next. He finds only a few, messaging sellers to bargain and lock down a deal. He shifts focus to daily survival, grabbing 20 slices of premium Black Mountain toast, 10 cheese sandwiches, and 10 of each pastry, crispy sausage, and custard. Buns for a week's worth of breakfast. Next comes Rugo dog meat in buns. Tasty dim sum, roasted duck, braised goose, and cumin chicken racks follow. Next are snacks like konjac jelly, spicy strips, tiger skin chicken feet, and potato chips. He grabs nuts, spicy dried fish, 48 bottles of cola, and plenty of water. Packing 60 water bottles, extra clothes, and tissues costs him 12 gold. The vehicle trunk is finally packed with real food as evening quickly rolls in. Driving up to a high vantage point, he pulls the brake and opens the chat. Global chat is flooded with players preparing. A rare rifle goes for 5 gold. A powerful alliance is recruiting at Sunken Moon Lake with strict gear rules. Over in Black Mountain, a repairman charges 2 gold, while a heckler mocks him. He says his canyon charges only 1, making the Black Mountain guy explode. The angry repairman warns the heckler about the dangerous ghost dragon society. Threatening to deal with him in person, the canyon's side fires right back. They mock the dirty reputation of the guild, run by leader Jang Dongju. The heckler boasts his boss is Lee Jongguk, head of the massive alliance. He dares them to come. The Black Mountain side jeers right back at them. They call the alliance a group of weaklings, claiming only Lee Jongguk can fight. Most players side with Lee Jongguk anyway, since he honorably helps struggling survivors. Unlike the thugs who act like warlords, suddenly silence. The onlookers quickly realize both players hit their daily 10-message limit and got muted. Our main character has heard rumors about both leaders during his journey. Jang Dongju has a terrible reputation, but he drew an infinite-ammo rifle. Meanwhile, Lee Jongguk has a military background and started with an actual tank. He was the first to organize a mutual aid community for struggling players. Looking at the chat, our guy is slowly mapping out this wild territory. He identifies the Black Mountain area, Twilight Canyon, and the Great Forest. Wishing he had a full map, he suddenly notices 21 unread mail alerts waiting for him. The messages are all from Vegetable Pig, spamming the exact same line. She keeps pleading for the boss to reply, promising fresh, newly prepared dishes. Her desperate spam ran from morning until night. Finally, he sends a brief reply. Hundreds of kilometers away, right on the edge of the starry sky forest. A strange little vehicle rests in the deep shade of some dense trees. The girl tending the patch wears round glasses and has twin ponytails. Walking barefoot through the mud, she carefully waters her rose crops. Crouching down to fertilize, she uses her talent to grow sunshine broccoli. She quickly harvests, washes, and baskets them, sighing as the sky turns dark. Staring worriedly at her harvested glass cabbage, she feels completely at a loss. The cabbage in her basket glows clear and beautiful, like pure emerald glass. Hours of hard work feel wasted, leaving her unable to sell a single piece. Her 10 daily messages are completely gone, lost in the chaotic global chat. To make things worse, her only big client has ignored her all day. She fears trading offline because other players can steal untradeable goods. Dejected, she checks her inbox one last time, freezing as his reply appears. She jumps with excitement, texting that he finally replied. He just asks why she sent so many messages. She tells him she has some serious goods, specifically the rare Ling Yin cabbage. The system pulls up its details, a rare crop native to the Starry Sky Great Forest. Grown from uncommon seedlings, using special cultivation and heavy natural fertilizers. Packed with spiritual energy, eating it grants +3 constitution. There is a daily limit of 1, plus a 7-day boost to stamina and energy recovery. He considers the offer before asking for the price. Nervous, she starts explaining her costs. Since it is her first harvest, she asks him to look at the massive investment. He offers her 2 gold coins plus 5 sunshine broccoli as a sweet bonus. She fumes, calling it absolute robbery, since 2 gold does not even cover half her expenses. Now he wants extra broccoli. She wonders if she should just package herself up too. She types furiously, insisting that her raw material costs alone were 5 gold coins. She cultivated all day. He demands proof. She immediately sends her transaction logs. These cover advanced fertilizer, rare cultivation soil, and spiritual water. It lists every material, totaling 5.2 gold. He tells her to name her price. She stammers, hesitating between 6 gold and 5.5, feeling completely overwhelmed. Despite her S-rank talent, she is terrible at haggling, terrified he might walk away. Without this sale, she cannot upgrade her uniquely shaped van defenses for the upcoming night. For the second night, he offers her 8 gold, but with one major condition. She must supply 1 Ling Yin cabbage and 5 sunshine broccoli every single day. 8 gold, huge win, but then she reads his daily condition and freezes. Growing this rare plant drains her energy, but the steady income is just too good. After a moment, she grits her teeth and accepts, opening the trade window. With the broccoli priced at 0.7 gold each, he deposits 11.5 gold. The trade closes. He grins widely, staring at the emerald cabbage in his hands. 3 full physique points in one bite. Becoming a god is no longer just a dream. If he can eat this regularly, he will be unstoppable. He is honestly incredibly relieved. He is glad the vegetable seller did not find another buyer because 8 gold is cheap. He could have pushed for a lower price, but that would ruin their long-term partnership. Keeping her happy means securing the ultimate private supplier for his survival needs. Leaving the rest of the survivors in the dust completely depends on people like her. He pops open a cold bottle of cola and happily digs into his massive dinner. With roast duck making his mouth water, he balances the grease with cabbage. A warm wave of energy threads directly through his body. The spiritual energy strengthens his frame at an incredibly visible, rapid pace. He finishes the cabbage, gobbles down all 5 broccoli, and lets out a massive belch. Clenching his fist, defined lines of new muscle stand out clearly on his forearm. The panel updates, showing his new Ranger title and a physique boost of 3. Along with a 20% kill bonus, his physique reaches 18, plus title bonuses. His level 6 modified van has 0.62 withdrawable gold. With his physique at 18, he is now nearly twice as strong as a normal adult. He is about to grab another snack when the radio suddenly crackles with a voice. Someone is asking if he is there. Instantly, he grabs his sniper rifle and opens the port. Peering out, he spots 3 vehicles parked in a tight defensive triangle outside his van. A truck, an SUV, and a small car. A few survivors are busy shifting heavy sandbags. He spots survivors building rough fortifications. Their leader, a young man with a radio, peers through binoculars at his van. Seeing the port crack open, the stranger smiles and waves. Our driver grabs his mic, asking what they want. The man introduces himself as Joe Soryong, pointing toward their flag, explaining they belong to the Mountain and Sea Alliance. Setting up defenses for the upcoming night, Joe remarks that the main character looks pretty capable. Noting his upgraded external armor, he asks if he wants to join them for safety. With supreme confidence, Joe adds that they have 5 firearms ready to go, loaded with 200 rounds, plus 2 of their other vehicles have reinforced armor. He asks if the Mountain and Sea Alliance is even allowed in Twilight Canyon. Joe Soryong is completely open about it, explaining they spent the entire day mining iron and elemental ores. Such resources are untradeable on the standard exchange, or transferred through personal trades, meaning they must be hauled by hand. Back at base, skilled members refine the heavy haul into strong steel. Sheets and parts to sell. It is an operation they just launched today. His horizons widen. These organized players are already running full industrial supply chains. The entire Mountain and Sea Alliance is led by Lee Jongguk, with 600 members. And a complete operating system. 3 of Joe Soryong's teammates actually lost their vehicles last night, forced to cram into the remaining 3 rides. Explaining their rapid vehicle armor upgrades, Lee Jongguk's extensive military background clearly includes combat training because Joe Soryong's barriers are crude but highly meticulous. Defending outside lets them snipe from afar, keeping the monster horde from chipping away at vehicle durability. They will hold the peak first. Joe Soryong asks if he is finally in, suggesting they cooperate for the night, but the main character immediately refuses. A heavyset man nearby tells Joe to drop it, mocking that he will beg for help once overwhelmed. Joe Soryong sighs and relents, warning him that future rescue will cost a fortune. He shoots back that the exact same rule applies in reverse. The group laughs. With 6 men and 2 armored vehicles, it is obvious who needs whom. The talk ends as pure darkness falls, and blood mist rolls over the plains. The heavyset man leaps onto a sandbag, grinning as he fires a single round into the sky, boasting about his hungry rifle. A woman snaps at him for wasting precious ammo. He shrugs it off, but instantly every face there turns dead pale. Something terrifying is emerging from the thick red fog. Not just normal zombies, but massive bloated beasts standing over 2 meters tall, covered in gruesome tumors. A brand new type, Joe Soryong yells for his squad to tighten up and hold until they get closer. Peering through his rifle scope, a systematic readout labels the target a fleshball zombie, a special variant possessing massive size, extreme defense, and sluggish speed. His eyes narrow. A special spawning on night 2 means difficulty is ramping up. He chambers a heavy round, lining up his very first shot. The bullet travels over 1,000 meters, striking perfectly between the monsters. Brows blowing its head apart, the 800-pound beast crashes down. The system rings out, Fleshball defeated, earning him 0.5 points. A boss tier payout. He's going to make an absolute fortune tonight. Notification chimes ring continuously. since the flesh balls are slow, normal zombies. Zombies have already swarmed his van, battering it, but their attacks only tickle. The armor, only an elite like the giant Terra centipede, can bite through. With its pincers, but the massive crowd fouls his line, he switches ports and starts clearing. But as he glances toward Joe Soryong, his eyes widen. Their position is becoming a tightening ring, the safe distance is shrinking, and the loud gunfire has pulled in every nearby zombie. They can shred the ordinary ones, but flesh balls just eat body shots. Only Joe Soryong has the ballistic correction for headshots. Taking 2 rounds each, it's not enough. When a flesh ball slams in with its heavy belly, their line collapses. Joe Soryong screams to get in the vehicles, and they scramble. Back, the armored truck and SUV hold, but a flimsy scooter takes the worst hit. 2 girls scream inside as the flesh ball hammers the scooter into a twisted shell. They abandon their ride, fleeing to the truck and SUV to seek safe harbor. Every vehicle is the absolute territory of its owner, meaning others must abandon their own rides and, only with permission, board another vehicle to bind themselves to it. Becoming subordinates, dependents can never change their binding, can never betray, and any gold they earn goes to the owner's vehicle. Talk about a raw deal. Especially if bound to someone cruel, he keeps firing sniper rounds through the mist. Taking headshot after headshot, in under 10 minutes, 10 flesh balls are down, earning 5 gold. The flesh balls around his side thin out, leaving the rest out of range, but he's no rush to drive off because a lucrative deal is sitting right nearby. Over the distant truck, Joe Soryong and his 2 dependents are pale and sweating. Terrifying impacts pound outside. The vehicle bucks like a wild ride, even with armor. Its durability is dropping 1% every 2 minutes. They upgraded tempered glass instead of installing firing ports, so they can barely shoot back. Their entire vehicle will fall apart within 2 hours. The fat man complains they feel like canned meat stuck in a tin can. Joe Soryong tells them they can only call for help. Even with a powerful engine, they risk getting stuck. He thinks of our hero, assuming he's in the same mess. He raises his binoculars, peers through the gaps, and freezes. Not a single zombie is around him, just a few corpses. The fat man gasps, "How is this possible?" Joe Soryong bitterly tells him not to bother. That guy has a sniper rifle and a super suppressor. He admits he underestimated him, remembers his parting words, and feels deep shame. Pride doesn't matter now, and this is no time to haggle. After conferring with the SUV, he settles on a maximum of 13 gold, plus a cold weapon modification called lightweight. Then he contacts him with the offer, hoping he can lure the horde away. Our hero simply accepts. A relieved Joe Soryong opens a trade, sending 13 gold and the upgrade. The lightweight modification, usable on any cold weapon, reduces its weight by 2/3 once applied. Permanently bound, not bad at all, especially for heavy cold weapons. Joe Soryong tells him he doesn't need to take big risks, suggesting a simple driving loop to lure them safely, trusting he has a way. But he has no intention of running. Too much trouble. Why run when he can shoot them all? He brings up his vehicle's roof upgrade tree. The sunroof has 2 paths. First is a lookout sunroof with a retractable steel gate, costing 5 gold and some parts. The second is a machine gun mount, a detachable setup that accepts all kinds of heavy machine guns, costing 7 gold, 5 parts, and 5 steel sheets. He selects the machine gun mount. The roof glows white, and the metal plate transforms. The ladder unfolds. He climbs up with a pistol, points at the sky, and fires 3 shots. Joe Soryong's side goes silent. His shots ring across the high ground. Every nearby zombie head instantly snaps toward him, even the 100+ pressing forward. Freeze and turn around. He fires 3 more shots, making the entire mass roar and charge his van. Joe Soryong and his crew are stunned, wondering how he dares, since gunfire is louder than engines, and they only dared to suppress them with their heavy firepower. The zombies recede like a tide, and a clear line finally opens up. That suffocating pressure lifts. The fat man yells to run, but Joe Soryong tells him to wait. Everything depends on whether he can drag the horde away. Except he does not drive. Instead, Joe Soryong sees him leaning out of the sunroof, sniper steady, dropping the closest monsters one by one, ignoring the flood. He grabs a megaphone and warns him that he is about to be surrounded. But he keeps picking off the closest, then drops the rifle for a long, dark object. He mounts it right on the roof bracket. The moment Joe sees it, his pupils contract. When the fat man takes the binoculars, he nearly jumps, swearing it is a Gatling gun. Before they can even process this, he locks it into place. 6 barrels spin up. Suddenly, they spew flame as a river of bullets pours out. Sweeping the silhouettes, over 200 regulars and at least 15 massive flesh balls. That is an assault to shake any squad, but against his infinite ammo Gatling gun. They are just walking gold coins waiting to be collected. The continuous gunfire becomes one deafening roar across the plain. The kinetic energy tears apart. Everything it hits, even those heavily armored flesh balls, cannot endure this. Bursting into wet fragments, his kill log flashes wilder than ever before. He pivots the barrel from left to right, aggressively clearing entire sectors. The horde lured from Joe Soryang is 500 meters out, closing as one dark mass. He bares his teeth for a final slaughter. Almost every bullet hits its mark. Bursting bodies like watermelons in under 10 seconds, over 100 zombies are gone. The ground is slick with bloody remains. The massive battle is already finished. He radios to ask if they have a smoke. Joe Soryang stutters yes and tosses one. He tilts the red-hot barrel up and touches the cigarette to it. The tip catches with a loud sizzle. He takes a deep drag, smoke billowing out. Nicotine spins his head a bit. This is the true apocalypse, that slaughter alone. Netted 40 gold with bonuses, plus 60 from Joe, an absolutely massive haul. He tells them to stay put, climbs down, and drives off. Joe Soryang's crew exchanges bewildered looks. They just ran right into a legend. With infinite bullets, the fat man mutters blankly that the guy just left. Joe Soryang snaps out of it, grabs his mic, and shouts for a friend request. But the big shot is already driving out of range. Down the road, the radio channel becomes a wall of pure panic and screams about failing defenses. Desperate payment offers mix with bitter curses. Someone asks how to fight a flesh ball, only to be told headshots are mandatory because their belly fat is a meter thick. Others argue that at long range without calculations, landing any hit is a miracle. Someone warns not to ram them because flesh balls absolutely cannot be budged. There is already a crazy story of a truck hitting one and lifting its entire front chassis. Someone laughs at the proud lone wolves who foolishly refused help. Big factions are completely stunned as the regional player count plummets below 90,000. Several thousand lives wiped out in under 30 minutes. He sticks to last night's playbook and hosts his rescue notice. The chat erupts. Another big player is running saves. Everyone screams for help, but watch out, fake rescue groups are scamming desperate survivors, exposing names like Jin Xian, Zhou Wu Wu, and John Bin for their trading traps. Then someone notices, wait, is that not Jai Jiang, the lone wolf from last night, is out rescuing again? He is that confident. Still, others worry, since solo players might be scammers too. But then, a massive counterwave hits. Anyone calling Master G a fake is asking for trouble. He saved them. They will personally crown him the absolute top sniper god of the plains. Another person calls him Jai Hong, praising him for saving their entire squad. Then Joe Soryang leaves a positive review, and thankfully, he keeps the Gatling secret, only mentioning that Jai Jiang saved the mining team. This leader's word carries massive weight. Within seconds, hundreds of distress calls flood in. He is completely buried in orders. He accepts a nearby contract and starts his nightly rescue run. Fees are just a bonus. The real money tonight lies in hunting flesh balls at 10 per 5 gold, but driving is brutal. Those flesh balls cannot be rammed like ordinary zombies. They must be avoided or sniped, crushing his efficiency. Several times he has to stop to clear the path with his machine gun. His success rate drops to 2 out of 10. Zombie pressure is so intense that many survivors are ripped apart before help can arrive. By midnight, after 6 hours of relentless driving and over 100 kilometers, he has completed 8 rescues, earning 50 gold plus materials. It is far more generous than last night. As the rush hour passes, demand drops. He parks, leans back, and counts his earnings. There are too many scattered items to fit, so he sorts them for 20 gold, then withdraws his kill bonus, a staggering 271 gold, absolutely wild for a single night. Over 500 basic zombies and at least 150 flesh balls rushed him tonight. The normal ratio is 30-1, but he deliberately hunted down flesh balls all night. Among all the lone survivors, he is easily top tier. Now, time to take a look. Antiviral serum is still over 100 gold. He will wait, only one. Infinite ammo mod is listed at a crazy 150 gold. Durability is missing. Most firearms mods are being hoarded. His sniper rifle is down to 68% durability. And the Gatling is at 77. A few more nights and they are scrap, but Nobody is selling. He spends 18 gold on super cooling and 12 on recoil reduction. He installs both on the Gatling. The super barrel cooling boosts cooling speed 20 times and greatly slows durability loss, permanently binding it. The no recoil mod completely eliminates. Kickback for unmatched shooting stability, also permanently bound. Then he grabs some steel. Plates and essentials. Now the main event. 7 of 10 vehicle parts are upgraded. He buys the final 3. The power generator, the conditioner, and the millimeter wave radar. The generator upgrade includes a matching battery to run the AC and media systems, costing 3 gold, 3 parts, and 1 cathode. The air conditioner upgrades to front row cooling, requiring the generator first, costing 2 gold and 1 unit of coolant. The millimeter wave radar system upgrades to 6 sensors, covering front, back, and sides, tracking threats within 20 meters, costing 5 gold and 5 parts. He buys the remaining materials and hits upgrade. One by one, when the final slot finishes, a screen tells him the vehicle parts have all reached level 10 and advancement is unlocked. The requirements are 50 gold, 20 parts, 100 steel sheets, and 1 level 1 chip. All conditions are met. He is excited, dying to see what advanced vehicle this turns into, hoping for an RV. The system prompts him to choose a path. Option 1 is the Ghost Walker, drifting between shadows, offering great mobility, low costs, and special upgrades to go invisible in the dark using heavy fuel. The downside is a single upgrade track, weakening later on. Path 2 is the combat vehicle built for battle. It offers solid functions, good mobility, medium costs, and diverse combat and defense components. With no obvious flaws, it suits almost anyone. Path 3 is the extreme equipment vehicle, with warnings not to choose if you lack funds, extreme functions, and mobility, but extreme build costs the most. Diverse upgrade tree. Power scales entirely with cash, meaning its potential ceiling and floor are absolutely massive. It is not recommended for any normal survivor because resource consumption is completely beyond imagination. The system even leaves a snide note, telling him to go ahead if he is stubborn. It reminds him that initial vehicles differ, so options vary. Basic upgrade. Components carry over, but the path locks permanently. 3 completely different futures lay ahead. This is fate's crossroad. One wrong pick means lifetime regret. But for him, there is only one real choice. With an S-grade intelligence talent, would he really fear being unable to afford this extreme path? He chooses path 3. The system deducts 50 gold, 20 parts, 100 steel sheets, and 1 chip. Announcing the upgrade is successful. Instantly, the van releases a blindingly dazzling white light. He floats slightly off his seat as everything dissolves into a silhouette, growing and reforming. The process lasts a full 2 minutes before he drops back into the driver's seat. Everything has changed. The screen calls it a Tier 2 heavy armored RV, hitting 50 kilometers per hour with perfect durability, ticking down with fuel for over 200 kilometers. Upgraded components include a non-upgradable shooting bay, replaceable tires, and a level 1 chassis. The outer armor is level 1, seats are replaceable, and everything else is level 10. Upgrading again needs 1,500 gold, 400 parts, 5,000 steel sheets, 100 alloy, and an armor core unlocked at level 50. The evaluation calls it currently simple armored vehicle with many functions to develop, but it is already an unconquerable steel beast against ordinary zombies. To survive the apocalypse, this is his ultimate survival platform. He begins to explore. Up front are 2 seats. The back has a partition, a kitchen sink, and a sofa with dining table, a bed measuring over 2 meters, a drop-down hammock, and a tiny bathroom further back. Finally, he does not have to sleep on a cramped sofa anymore. He can avoid using the bathroom outdoors and finally enjoy a shower. For 2 days, he has been caked in sticky, rank mud and blood. Unfortunately, there is no water yet. When he turns the faucet, not a single drop comes out. He needs a refill. He climbs a telescopic ladder to the upper deck, finding 5 cubic meters of cargo space with a sunroof and a machine gun mount. Stepping outside, the riveted outer armor oozes a wasteland vibe. A wave of relief washes over him. He can finally live like a real human being. Now, it is time to find water. Sunken Moon Lake sits just 2 kilometers away, with a branch stream where he can refill. But the moment he hits the gas, the car feels completely worn out, weak and sluggish. Its top speed just tanked from 120 down to 50. The engine can barely haul this heavy body. Fuel consumption is brutal, burning twice as much over 150 kilometers. A money pit, the system warning was real, but thankfully he has plenty of gold. He spends 15 gold and 10 parts to bump the engine displacement to 2.0. The power thickens, pushing his top speed to 80. By 1 in the morning, he pulls up. He stops, thankfully, the blood mist has lifted, leaving the water reflecting a clean, starry night. He buys a pump and hose from the exchange, drops one end in and plugs the other directly into the storage tank. A full 300 liters will easily last him a week. He leans back against the truck, lighting a cigarette, when his eyes snag on a strange patch. Glowing in the weeds, a soft white pulse. Instantly alert, he draws his weapons and moves. In slow, getting closer, he spots an unusual treasure chest resting right there. Sunken grass, its sides etched in bizarre patterns while glowing a ghostly, soft green. His system panel identifies it as a luminous treasure box that only surfaces under. Perfect moonlight, rumored to hide incredible loot, an exclusive reward after the blood mist clears. Talk about hitting the jackpot on a simple water run, he cracks it open immediately. Inside are a noise emitter, 30 armor-piercing rounds, and one very special gift box. This rare growth weapon gift box is nothing like the trash from ordinary chests. The noise emitter fires special sound balls over a massive distance. Each ball unleashes 5 minutes of high-frequency sound to draw monsters right in. With a 1,000-meter range and a 12-hour cooldown, it is a perfect monster magnet. Extremely useful for stacking targets or distracting hordes when he needs to escape. But with only 2 balls and a massive cooldown, he cannot rely on it constantly. Next up, armor-piercing rounds, highly powerful and rare anti-material rifle ammunition. They are incredibly powerful and untradeable. The only gun using them is the Barrett. Finding nothing on the exchange, he drops a buy request on the public chat. Then he turns to the final reward, suspecting that growth weapons are the ultimate gear. Standard firearms hit a hard limit once their upgrade slots are fully loaded. But vehicles and player stats keep climbing, meaning weapons need to grow too. He opens it, the box dissolves into a shifting, bright white light. It shifts from a gun to a hammer, then to a massive long sword. It settles, a cold, black sword emerges, measuring about 1 meter long. Red ripple patterns run across the dark metal, and the hilt feels freezing to touch. He grabs the hilt, but it is solid. Gritting his teeth, he pulls with everything. Seriously, this is not like lifting a sword. It feels like a heavy barbell. The thing weighs at least 100 jin of solid iron, named Blood of the Moon. It is a rare tier growth weapon, sitting right above common and fine grades. Below treasure, legendary, and mythical tiers, this rare weapon has infinite durability. Its forging progress is currently at 0%, with empty modification slots. The exclusive skill remains locked until it reaches the higher treasure tier. Described as a gift from the night goddess, forged from extraterrestrial iron. It is brutally powerful, but currently too low-level to show its true potential. System warning alerts him that finding another growth weapon will be nearly impossible. Still, with powerful exclusive skills waiting down the road, he has a true trump card. He already has the giant Terra pincers, the perfect forging material for this. He drags the pincers out and taps forging, but the system says he lacks a blacksmith series talent. He knew it would not be easy, but keeps stripping materials off elite monsters, hoping to find a trustworthy blacksmith, his modification. Slots are ready, so he burns lightweight on it. The blade drops weight, but only a fraction, nothing like the promised 2/3. The listing reads lightweight level 1, noting that all modification effects on growth equipment are cut by 80%. They scale up as slot levels rise. Can the slot itself be leveled? Another bottomless gold pit, typical system trap. He applies super edge sharpening to Blood of the Moon. Light sweeps the blade, its edge biting visibly sharper. The power bump is obvious. He lets out a breath and calculates. Over 100 gold vehicles. Weapons and stats all need feeding. He shifts focus to buying antiviral serum. He pulls up 3 listings at 145, 130, and 100. He messages them. Whoever holds top-tier loot is either a heavy hitter or someone panicking to cash out. And the cheap one reads exactly like the latter. He secures it for 89.12. The bottle is small, the liquid dark blue. The panel calls it the antiviral serum, a one-shot granting immunity to corpse poison, insect venom, snake venom, miasma, and infection, with reduced effects on certain high-tier toxins. Worth every coin. He injects and feels nothing, but now the world's poisons cannot touch him. The tank is full. He still pumps, hoses, locks the door, and peels. Off his smelly clothes, scrubs 2 pounds of grime in the shower, changes clean, and dives onto the bed. The mattress takes him like an old friend as he rolls under the warm covers, soaking it in. Most survivors are still sleeping in dirt. And here he is in a luxury RV. He checks chat, the antimaterial buy notice. Unanswered, he drops a few more buy requests, watches the late chatter scroll, and slides into sleep. He comes up at 8, sun on the window, sleeping so deeply that the zombies clawing his door all night never woke him. He buys a toothbrush, towel, and a cup. Washing up, he eats a small fortune of breakfast, tucks the pistol, and steps outside. The weather panel calls today sunny, 19 to 32 degrees, a clear day perfect for hunting in the starry sky. Great forest. Warnings advise not to trespass into certain entities' territories. A few zombies that have been wearing on the armor lunge for him. He drops them with headshots and gets in. Having overslept, he pushes on. The channel shows regional population down to just over 80,000. The second night has the survivors wound tight. Early day 3 resource hunt is frantic. Battlefield Alliance still recruits at 5 gold ahead. A small group of 18 begs another team of 10 plus to push into the depths of the starry sky. Great forest on foot, life or death. Cowards are not welcome, someone calls them suicidal. The deeper forest is wall-to-wall elite nests. 2 hours ago, a 50-person Namsen Brotherhood team went in and was wiped out. The final message warned to stay out, but a reply lands fast. Fortune favors the bold. One high-tier chest, and you take off. Another agrees, saying he was almost dragged off by a fleshball. Last night, he says, for a high-tier chest, he would walk a dragon's den. Then Divine Wind Group recruits only big spenders with 200 gold cumulative spend. 13 members already, and everyone an Apex player. Several defected from major factions. He flicks to private messages. Past the friend requests, there is one. He gets an offer for an anti-material sniper rifle and replies instantly. The seller calls him Master G, assuming he bought one elsewhere, then drops the panel. It is a Barrett M82, A1 anti-material sniper rifle with an empty magazine. It feeds only on armor-piercing rounds, maximum durability, extreme power. The absolute peak of individual thermal firearms, but the recoil is incredibly savage. Firing this beast can crack your collarbone or ribs, causing massive internal bleeding. It is completely forbidden for anyone in weak physical condition. Special weapons like this cannot be modified, sitting at level 3 restricted trade. No exchange listing or online trades. The system splits deals into 4 categories. Exchange, personal, offline, and untradeable. His Blood of the Moon rests at the very top as untradeable, while the Barrett is tier 3. That means offline deals only. The seller, Wang Dingyang, says he found it early. He has been holding on to it since day 1, finally finding a real buyer. Other buyers existed, but he feared getting robbed, unlike a reputable powerhouse like him. Having a high reputation pays off fast. They quickly settle on 13 gold. They pick a meeting spot. His armored RV ignores rough terrain like flat ground. He arrives in under 30 minutes, spotting the seller waiting in an ordinary sedan. The car has an upgraded chassis and custom armor, and the young guy bounces out. He waves excitedly, while his rough, watchful companions scan the area. They flinch when they see the massive vehicle, first mistaking it for a truck. Turns out it is a real armored RV. Talk about making a huge entrance. Wang Dingyang and his men raise their hands, slowly spinning around with open palms. It is the standard show of goodwill among survivors. He parks and steps down. Greeted as Master G, he watches them open the trunk and haul out the heavy rifle. He confirms the weapon is clean and transfers the gold. It is incredibly heavy. This hand cannon sniper has a brutal heft. As he heads back to his vehicle, Wang Dingyang and his men exchange nervous glances. The seller calls out to him. They have one more item. He stops and turns, realizing the seller waited for payment. Mentioning it now means it demands trust as much as gold, a legendary treasure map. His posture tightens. Wang Dingyang nods, explaining that both items came from a close call. They found them at the Black Mountain mining area. He pulls out a tied scroll. Unrolling the hemp-tied parchment, the system panel identifies it as a cursed scroll. A unique item containing clues to the Earth God's treasure, hidden away for ages. But because it lay in the corpse king's tomb, a dark mist obscures everything. Absolutely nothing can be read. A final warning tells them to keep it secret. It cannot be stored in any inventory and remains a level 3 restricted trade. A unique item indeed, and just like that, his pupils tighten with sheer excitement. His hands shake as he asks if the reading is finished. He tells him to relax. He is willing to buy it. Visible relief washes over the entire group instantly. Carrying this cursed scroll had been eating them alive, making them prime targets. They wanted to find Lee Janguk originally, but they lacked the influence to reach him. Only his massive public reputation gave them the courage to make this deal. The seller asks for 200 gold. It is worth much more, but timing is everything. Gold is brutal to earn early on, making it incredibly valuable right now. In ordinary hands, this scroll is just a death sentence, so cashing out is smart. He tells the merchant he cannot pay 200 for a restricted scroll. The cursed mist wouldn't be there if this were easy. The merchant laughs. He counters with 180, but 80 is his absolute final offer. The merchant's face twists in agony before he sighs and finally gives in. He calls it the price of friendship, warning that anyone else gets robbed. They would lose everything, but 80 gold will buy him real safety instead. Our main character pays 50 gold up front and provides the rest in parts. The merchant swears they will keep this quiet, leaking it brings only trouble. They add each other on the system. Back inside his van, he starts. He unties the scroll. An ancient map unrolls, showing mysterious faint lines. However, thick gray mist fogs everything, revealing only a blurry outline. A system notification warns him that the sealed scroll cannot be viewed. Breaking the curse requires Corpse King blood, which only drops from the boss. No wonder Wang Dongryong stayed away. This monster is out of his leg. The prerequisite is wildly out of his weight class, so he keeps driving. He speeds hard across the open plains, finding no forests to hide loot. His haul is thin, consisting of scattered animals and some stray zombies. Fortunately, his luck holds as he discovers 2 wooden chests along the road. Inside, he loots 8 gold, 10 parts, and 12 leather sheets. To find real treasure, he needs actual terrain. Wang Dongryong mentioned a mountain. The Black Mountain mining area is close, so he checks the global chat. He adds a miner as a friend, paying half a gold coin for coordinates. It is 30 kilometers away. He ignores chests and drives fast. Halfway there, his engine feels weak, so he quickly unloads some spare parts. He pours 20 gold and 35 parts into a level 3 engine upgrade. The engine jumps to level 3, pushing his top speed to 120. Deep, powerful rumble echoes as the sudden thrust hurls the vehicle forward. The steel beast surges ahead. Finally, Black Mountain rises on the horizon. Its unbroken black ridges lie ahead like a massive sleeping dragon. Drawing closer, the area gets crowded with all kinds of survivors. Looking out his window, he spots unique vehicles parked along the slopes. Most of them are small trucks flying proud faction banners. Miners sweat and swing heavy pickaxes, echoing the clang of metal everywhere. Iron ore can be smelted into steel sheets or crafted into machine parts. It is easily the hardest job around, but it offers steady income. Most miners are local residents, earning 5 to 7 gold daily. A fine pickaxe doubles that to 10, but vehicle owners rarely mine. Instead, they choose to rest or head out to hunt for chests. Now look at this, the entire perimeter is wrapped in barbed wire. Guards watch the gate, forcing every vehicle to pay a steep fee first. These toll collectors belong to the heavy-handed Ghost Dragon Society. Monopolizing vital resources shows how ruthless their rule really is. He pings his contact, who explains that the Ghost Dragon Group is massive. They already control multiple mines, oil fields, and water sources nearby. Since they cannot work them all, they charge entry and slaughter poachers. Only the pressure of survival keeps them going. He drives up into the mountain. The massive, unworked roads deteriorate quickly as he climbs, even his heavy vehicles. Super high chassis and off-road tires force him to slow down and pick lines carefully. A familiar system prompt rings. Today's intelligence has finally arrived. It reveals he has entered the Black Mountain mining area, a legendary spot where prospectors made fortunes and adventurers met their ends, roughly 500 meters straight ahead on a rock face. A strange geological change stands out. Among the rest, holding something unusual, but the system warning is sharp. Do not venture too deep. Once you hear rolling rocks, run immediately. He steers toward a weed-covered hill, rolling back into the range. Nothing seems unusual at first, but within 200 meters, he spots fresh gunfire traces on the grass. Several bodies lie in the weeds, a gruesome sight with fresh blood. His Expression hardens. The warning was clear. Run at the first sound of rolling rocks. Driving. To the base, he keeps his Gatling gun ready and scans the area. He spots messy tracks and catches a metallic gleam where grass meets rock. A bronze chest sits sunken. The mountain stone, the surrounding rock is gouged with deep chisel marks. The dead. Survivors clearly found it, tried to pry it free, then panicked and ran, dying. Dozens of meters away, he pulls a high-grade pickaxe from his pack, last night's. Reward worth 10 gold. The tip is lethal. Scanning once more, he spots no threats. He puts his full weight into the swing, with a 20 in physical power and a high-grade tool. A massive chunk of rock face crumbles on the first hit, but then a low, grinding rumble begins, the unmistakable, terrifying sound of rolling stone. The warning was real. He shoves the pickaxe away, snaps his Gatling gun up, and backs off. Watch closely now. A massive rolling cloud of dust spills down, the rockfall growing louder. Suddenly, a massive 5-meter figure shoulders its way out. It charges straight down, a giant stone ball with 4 limbs and 2 glowing red eyes. Pure, mindless savagery is written all over it. The system pulls up a status panel. It is an elite mountain puppet, a loyal servant of an ancient mountain god. Completely stripped of self-awareness and operating purely on divine instinct, bound to brutally attack anyone who damages the mountain god's body. No wonder those scavengers perished. Its 4 limbs scrambled down, hurling its massive body forward, but he has already retreated dozens of meters. The Gatling gun barrels spin up fast. Then absolute destruction erupts in a deafening roar, 60 rounds a second tear out. The target is too massive to miss. Its stony body shatters, debris spraying everywhere. The monster feels zero pain, but the relentless impact completely halts its speed. Within seconds, it starts falling apart. Its head is blown clean off, cracks splitting the torso less than 10 meters from him. Its limbs snap off, sending the massive body sliding forward to crash flat, plowing a long, muddy trench. He keeps firing directly into the wreckage until it is reduced to rubble, thanks to advanced cooling. The barrels stay effortlessly cool, with only thin trails of smoke rising as if the weapon could fire for another hour. He looks down at the spent casings carpeting the ground. In that brief window, he has unleashed at least 1,000 rounds. The system alert flashes. Elite mountain puppet defeated. Reward includes 2 gold and 1 mountain puppet stone heart, which is described as the creature's hardest rock core. It is highly valuable forging material for special growth equipment. Another a level 3 restricted forging material, currently worth an immeasurable fortune. He pockets the prize, then walks over to the bronze chest to swing his pickaxe. Striking it dozens of times, he breaks it free with a snap, and the system rewards pop up. 100 gold coins, 8 C-level talent shards, and 3 B-level talent shards. Gold chest plus shards on top. Honestly, this is not a bad haul. Still, taking 100 solid gold coins is fantastic, especially with those much-needed shards in hand. He was starving for these. His last chest only gave him 6 shards. Adding these 8 shards brings his total to 10, so he wasted no time triggering the talent synthesis. The system flashes a success message, congratulating him on securing his second active talent. He unlocked C-level Eagle Eye, which activates by focusing intense concentration directly into the pupils. This boosts his normal vision 5 times over, while dynamic vision multiplies by 10. But there's a heavy catch. Using this skill absolutely drains his physical stamina. Essentially, it acts as a biological targeting scope, perfect for firearms or close-range weapons. Both combat styles now yield superhuman performance. Then, a system hint pops up. It notes that survivors can only hold 2 talents of the same level at once. Any extra talent shards must be recycled into higher-tier pieces at a 5-to-1 ratio. Another hint reveals that every talent can eventually undergo a legendary transcendental awakening. The system leaves him to find that path, but right now, warm energy floods his eyes. His sight changes, feeling subtly different. He concentrates his focus directly into his pupils. Instantly, his entire field of view sharpens, as if his focus completely rebooted. Every leaf, every tiny shadow, and even drifting grains of dust pop with crisp, flawless clarity. Colors become incredibly bright and clear, upgrading the whole world from low resolution to high definition. But wait until you see the dynamic vision. It is completely broken. He can literally track the rapid wing beats of a distant bird frame by frame. After 30 seconds, his body begins to drag heavily under the intense physical strain. It feels like he just ran a marathon, so he quickly shuts the ability off. He leans on his knees, catching his breath. The physical cost is incredibly steep but fair. Without this stamina drain, this skill would easily rank as a solid B or a tier. With the bronze chest cleared, he scans the messy field with growing unease. His experience here does not match the information he received. The intel described weird geological changes. Changes that could unearth something highly unusual, which definitely was not just a chest. Determined to find the truth, he refuses to stop and keeps mining the hill for an hour. Just as he is about to give up, he spots something in a corner cave. A strange rock face covered in faint, red spiderweb patterns immediately catches his eye. Gripping his iron pickaxe tightly, he moves in, but the low cave ceiling forces him to crouch. Bracing one hand against the rough outer wall, he swings with the other in measured beats. After a few careful strikes, the stone flakes away, revealing a dazzling expanse of red. He stares at the massive red glow, and honestly, this haul is absolutely legendary. The system panel identifies the glowing stones as an incredibly rare fire spirit stone mine. It is a scarce vein containing 21 stones to fuel fire talents and gear. Just yesterday, a single water spirit stone sold for a massive, ridiculous price on chat. Snatched up by the divine wind leader, and now he has 21 here. He chips away with his pickaxe, quickly harvesting all 21 stones. Warm in his hand, they refuse to fit inside his crowded inventory pack. Pocketing them, he suddenly hears a car and grabs his Gatling gun to pull back. He drives the RV, spotting 2 off-road vehicles flying the Ghost Dragon black flags. Society, the radio crackles with threats as a scruffy middle-aged man tells him he entered a restricted zone, demanding he pay 20 gold or die. The yellow-haired kid gleefully urges Brother Long to squeeze him hard. Brother Long tells him to slow down, since the system blocks forced transactions, so they will lay out junk and shake him down piece by piece, sneering that driving a big truck into their mountain means he is tired of living. The two are the Society's mountain patrol, practiced at extorting lone survivors, when he does not answer. Brother Long pops his sunroof and fires a burst. Sparks ring off. Armor, but he is calmly thumbing armor-piercing rounds into his Barrett. Sliding into eagle-eye mode, the scene sharpens until he can count his nose. Hairs he fires without hesitating. His windshield webs into a single spider. Hole the round threading the windshield, his head, and the rear glass. The yellow-haired kid has just pulled up alongside when he sees Brother Long. Dead, he screams and swings the wheel to flee, but a second armor-piercing round takes the top of his head off through the side. The vehicles fade out, leaving 2 corpses and loose items. Most is junk, but the cannon-shaped gear in the kid's car lights up his eyes. The panel calls it an anti-tank rocket launcher. Full durability, a top-tier weapon of mass destruction with a standard system hint that special-class weapons cannot be modified, listed on exchanges, or traded. Personally, his second special-class weapon after the Barrett, the idiot must have hidden it from his organization, benefiting him instead. A shame he had no rockets, but he will collect those slowly. He hauls it inside and drives off. Before transmigrating, killing 2 men would have shaken him. Now, dead bodies draw only a faint disgust. By 2 in the afternoon, he parks at the mountain foot to eat and explore. Without intel report support, luck is mediocre and he turns up only a wooden chest, a long sword, a handful of gold coins, and parts across. Most of the day, dusk falls early in the mining area. He picks a small hill with steep slopes and a wide field of fire. He spends 20 gold and 15 parts upgrading his level 2 off-road chassis. White light raises the chassis 10 centimeters, swapping suspension to higher-grade alloy and upgrading brake calipers to titanium. Soon, the armored RV grinds up the nearly 60-degree slope and parks solidly at the top. The terrain is too cluttered for rescue runs tonight, so he focuses on zombies. Chat is buzzing as Gear Up closes, with the gap between players widening as top tiers pull away while ordinary survivors are openly terrified of the night. Vegetable Pig has been pinging him for an hour. Jin Sonen tells him she grew something besides the Lingian cabbage, a starlight spirit fruit. The panel calls it a rare fruit from the starry sky great forest, exceptionally rich in spiritual energy, raising constitution by 5 with a 1 per day cap and granting starlight affinity that stacks an acceleration buff in starlight environments per fruit. She says one of her cultivated fruits mutated last night and a whole basket is reserved for him. He offers 15 gold, asking her to guarantee a daily supply like the Ling Yun cabbage. She protests that mutations depend on luck, but swears she Will push production even if exhausted. He puts her on a salary starting tomorrow at 10 gold a day, rising by 2 each day in exchange for all her custom produce. She practically leaps right off her stone, swearing she absolutely loves him. Factory work, farm work, she will do anything, declaring herself officially. His soldier, they close at 30 gold for 1 starlight spirit fruit, 1 line. Cabbage, 5 sunshine broccoli, and miscellaneous gifts. He pulls the blue devil pattern fruit from his inventory, and it explodes sweet and crisp across. His tongue gone before he even notices. Then he eats dinner with Lingen cabbage and sunshine broccoli. Warm energy flows through him. His attribute panel reads Gi. Zhang Ranger title, granting Constitution +3, Spirit +3, and 20%. Additional kill bonus. His Constitution is 26.5 with 8.5 from gear. Spirit is 12. Accumulated kill bonus 1.32, gold withdrawable anytime. Bound vehicle. An armored RV at modification level 13. Talents, daily intelligence at SSS. Rank hidden and unique, alongside Eagle Eye at C rank. His Constitution is already more than double an ordinary person's, just a step from superhuman. Status, he steps out and draws Blood of the Moon, the nearly 100-pound crimson. Blade is no longer punishing one-handed, though still rough to swing and drill with. Alongside his plain longsword, as the night curtain falls, the clock passes 6. And the third night begins. He cracks a cola and watches the black mist climb. Terrifying howls echo through the mountains and grotesque shapes appear. He climbs out the sunroof and activates Eagle Eye, the dark snapping into crisp clarity. Besides ordinary zombies and flesh balls, there are no new types tonight, but the count is 50% higher than last night. He tells himself to wait for peak density 10 to 30 minutes in, when he will pop a noise emitter for a real horde. In chat, survivors celebrate that no new zombies are showing. Then the tone snaps. Someone named Leah, vice president of the Ghost Dragon Society, announces that 2 members were murdered in the mining area this afternoon. She offers a 2 gold reward for clues and warns whoever did this will face endless retaliation. The chat drops silent, save for the top brass at a few huge guilds. Almost nobody has the nerve for something that bold. Quietly delighted at the society's losses, but nobody dares goad those lunatics into making them the next example. Even the Mountain and Sea Alliance and the smaller groups that routinely trash-talk the society are staying quiet, stepping forward now. Reads as a clear declaration. With the trial days away, no one can afford a clash for the society. Mishandling this ruins their reputation, so everyone just watches. He watches too. Let them investigate. If he runs into more of them tomorrow, he might add to the count. 10 minutes in, the valleys fill with bodies. The numbers are staggering. This broken terrain traps anyone without a high-grade chassis. Many spot the RV and rush to attack it, but the armor is leagues above a minivan, and ordinary zombies cannot even scratch its durability. A flesh ball charging at full speed barely scrapes metal before rolling back down the slope. Half an hour later, with howls saturating the peaks, he fires a noise emitter into a sunken basin downslope. It arcs like a red flare, landing dead center, and unleashes an ear-splitting screech. The horde roars. Every single zombie within a kilometer is now pulled toward the sound, and he feels a subtle tremor shaking the ground. Zombies pile up rapidly into a writhing ball, with more streaming in like corpses pile like mountains, scalp-crawling stuff. He throws open the sunroof, mounts the Gatling, and pulls the trigger. Bullets streak like golden meteors. Zombies burst like rotten fruit. Notifications cascade. 0.1 gold per common, 0.5 for flesh balls. Over 10 kills a second. The super cooling system keeps him firing. The zombie surge replaces the fallen almost as fast as he tears them down. He keeps spraying until the skill ends. With the zombie whale dead, others target him. They charge the vehicle, but he grinds them to dust. Half an hour later, it is over. The last zombie drops. A massive field of severed limbs spreads across the hill. Talk about a massive payday. This harvest is absolutely unprecedented. Over 1,000 zombies lie dead, including 50 or 60 flesh balls. Total gold is 392.5, a true welfare round. He will hit tier 3 before day 7, plus he still has 1 noise grenade. It is meant for the peak, but this area is bone dry now. He rolls onto the gravel road. But for other survivors, things are not going well. It is a complete massacre. Someone screams as they are eaten alive. The defenses have completely collapsed. System warnings scream that elite monsters have arrived. They must be targeted immediately. Ju Jin of the Noxon group sends a broken message. An elite broke their line. He watched it punch right through the main vehicle door. It nailed him and ripped his entire spine out. Lai Jongguk takes over the channel, ordering the Mountain and Sea Alliance to fall back. They must shrink their defenses, retreat in order, and gather inside the canyon. He reassures them that elites are rare, but tell that to those getting torn apart. He had assumed no new types would appear tonight, but these elites are incredibly fast. This setup is the exact opposite of the centipede and the mountain golem. The enemy is hidden and he is exposed. He keeps the sunroof locked tight. After 2 kilometers, zombies swarm the road, but the heavy vehicle chassis plows through them. It drives like a tank. He is still looking for better terrain when a shadow blurs. It flies out of the forest at blinding speed, slamming hard into the vehicle side. Claws screech against metal as another impact hits. He grabs his Barrett sniper rifle on reflex. He sets it down. Sniping through a tiny port is almost impossible. The damaged barrel is a huge loss, and the Gatling gun spins up too slowly. It is time to test the blood of the moon, his meter-long scarlet blade. Walking to the rear firing port, he opens a tiny hatch and activates Eagle Eye. Dark shadow streaks past and he catches a blurred outline. System info surfaces. It is a mad zombie, an elite monster with absolutely terrifying speed. It pierces ordinary armor, yet looks like a common zombie because of its withered build. The system warning adds a chilling note to prey he never meets it outside. Fortunately, defense is its weak point. Still, the beast keeps slamming the vehicle. The loud racket draws hordes, completely ringing the vehicle in 10 seconds. He fires several pistol shots through the second hatch, hoping the noise lures it. It works. The mad zombie lunges, flinging several common zombies out of its way. A withered, bloody arm shoves through the hatch. He slashes down instantly. He severs the hand clean off. It roars to escape, but he reverses his grip. Thrusting the blade along its forearm, he drives it straight into the monster's neck. Cutting through them is like wet paper, but the heavy thrashing almost breaks his grip. Even through his fine dwarf armor, a sudden swing of its arm leaves a deep ache. As the wound widens, he throws his weight into a deep pull. The spine snaps, the head flops, and the limp body finally slackens. The system panel pings, confirming the mad zombie dropped 2 gold and a corpse nail. He drops to the floor on shaking legs, laughing through ragged breaths. His first melee kill on an elite was clumsy, but guns cannot match this rush. He touches his flank bruise. His top-tier armor is actually dented. A single severed arm did this, proving their insane striking power. Outside the vehicle, a clean hit like that would easily rip him open. He is still too weak. He messages Jin Sun, who replies instantly. She is half in tears, warning him that the chat looks absolutely terrifying. Luckily, she has found a safe, hidden spot to hide. The random zombies that stumble upon her cannot break her armor, so she waits. Knowing she is safe, his chest loosens. Half an hour later, he spots a highland. It has a narrow top and wide base, making it perfect. He clears the scattered zombies, parks, and launches a noise emitter into the distance. The ball lands, sending out sound waves that immediately attract the wandering horde. Through his eagle eye, he spots a slender black shadow weaving through. It plows straight to the center. It is another mad zombie, but behaving differently. Ignoring the noise ball, it opens a slime-streaked fanged mouth, roaring in rage. It claws the air, looking for the source. His Barrett rifle is complete overkill. Plus, without ballistic correction, it struggles to hit from here. Instead, he takes out his TRG-22 sniper rifle and slides the barrel out. He chambers around and lines up his shot. Suddenly, the monster snaps its head. It sensed his killing intent. He immediately pulls the trigger. The bullet travels 800 meters, punching cleanly right through its eye. It blows a massive hole through the skull, but the headless body still charges. Losing its balance, it stumbles, and 2 more quick shots obliterate its head. The system pings another elite down for 2 gold, but no forging materials. Elite monsters do not always drop loot. Meanwhile, the noise ball keeps drawing them. The pile builds up fast. Suddenly, a third mad zombie charges, but he reacts quicker. He fires a tight burst, popping its head like a watermelon in seconds. The panel confirms the third elite kill, awarding 2 gold and a corpse nail. That makes 3 elite monsters tonight, but no more appear. They really are scarce. He opens the vehicle's sunroof and switches his Gatling gun into full burst mode. The weapon shreds the corpse pile, bringing in over 300 extra gold. 2 waves of mowing have earned him nearly 800 gold. absolutely wild. But now his Gatling durability has dropped to 37%. He checks the market for infinite durability, but finds nothing. It is nearly 11 now, and hunting without noise balls wastes too much weapon life. He is currently sitting on over 800 gold, making him incredibly wealthy. Now the real challenge is spending this massive fortune. His gaze drifts to the vehicle options, time for an upgrade. He checks his inventory, exactly 831.3 gold. Let's begin. A sniper rifle, 2 pistols, and 700 normal universal rounds. Fine dwarf armor, an excellent pickaxe, a machete and steel. Sheets 92 leather, a rare armor core, and a mountain monster. Puppet Stoneheart, 2 crazy corpse nails, 35 fresh fruits, and 10 venison. High-grade bread, 18 instant meals, and some talent fragments. Personal stats can wait. Jin Sonen is still his best supplier, so. He sets aside 200 coins. His weapons are already in great shape. The Blood of the Moon only lacks infinite durability, so he keeps going. He pours the remaining 500 into the RV, prioritizing exterior armor. The basic level 1 plating cannot handle the upcoming dangers. Confirming 80 gold, 65 parts, and 100 steel sheets, he initiates the upgrade. A bright light sweeps the shell, replacing rivets with sleek matte black plating. The level 1 all-terrain tires are thin, so he spends 2 gold coins. With some leather, he gets a fresh set, then unlocks the next tier. These super tires automatically adjust their tread to handle any terrain. Upgrading the chassis to level 3 costs 50 gold and 35 parts. The engine requires 45 gold and 60 parts for level 4 upgrades. He avoids cutting corners, starting up the 4.0 displacement engine. Lets out a deep roar. Now, this is a real armored beast. The RV is basically a tank. Inside, he pushes for level 50. This prepares the vehicle for tier advancement, starting with the air conditioner. 15 gold buys a central system, and the refrigerator gets fully expanded. 50 gold buys a folding solar roof panel that generates power by day. It automatically retracts at night, keeping the vehicle safe and secure. Integrating the panel into the armor would cost too much, so he passes. Instead, he upgrades the radar, since the old millimeter wave sensor struggled at night. The level 2 path unlocks a targeting system with a 500-meter range. Linked to automatic weapon fire, it costs 100 gold and 85 parts. With this, his mobile home is essentially an automatic defense turret. Mounting a Gatling gun with infinite durability would make the roof unstoppable. But that remains far too expensive, so he hopes to find it soon. After topping off the tank, the panel displays the final stats. The Tier 2 heavy armored vehicle reaches 160 kilometers per hour. Fuel holds for 1,500 kilometers, with weapon slots remaining locked. Engine level 4, chassis level 3, and AC level 2. Exterior armor level 2, power generation level 2, and radar level 1. The next tier advancement asks for 500 gold and 400 parts. Sealed until every single upgradable part reaches level 50. By the time he finishes past midnight, the zombies have finally drifted away. Runs a night patrol hoping for another luminous treasure box, but luck is not. On his side, by 2 in the morning he crashes. The 4th day arrives. With the clear sky gone, leaving a heavy, murky overcast, the system soon warns. Of heavy fog at 27 to 38 degrees, warning that terrifying monsters from Twilight Canyon are roaming nearby. He frowns, knowing that visibility under 10 meters is a massive headache after days of clear, successful hunting. Instead of dying down, the chat remains flooded with complaints. Survival rates are tanking. The regional count plummeted to just 70,000. Brutal night. Countless groups were completely wiped. Gone, crazed zombies left nothing behind. Players curse the fog and complain about the muggy heat. They urge each other to upgrade air conditioning, describing terrifying zombies. Shredding defenses. He remembers only 3 days remain before the zombie horde. He posts a request for rare forging materials. Armor-piercing bullets, rocket-propelled grenades, and infinite durability modifications. Then he drives out. Most offers are tiny batches of 3 or 4 armor-piercing rounds he refuses to waste time driving for, except one batch of 10 rocket-propelled grenades he secures for 15 gold on neutral ground. This finally brings his rocket launcher online, solidifying a brutal long-range setup of armor-piercing Barrett sniper, RPG, and infinite bullet Gatling gun, making him a top-tier player ready to Fight monsters far above the elite class. The thick fog hides treasure chests, so he cruises the plains hoping his intel triggers. Around noon, a sudden private message from a user named Haju Sheng, a woman offering rare forging materials and a legendary infinite durability weapon modification never before seen on the market. She values it at 140 gold coins, but after some sharp haggling they settle on 95 for the mod and 10 each for 3 forging materials. For this offline trade, they are only 10 kilometers apart and he keeps his guard. Hi, anyone gathering 3 rare materials this fast must be incredibly dangerous, either solo killing 3 elite beasts or acting as the muscle for a major faction. He reaches the meeting spot in 10 minutes, flashes his hazard lights and waits inside his vehicle. Suddenly, a roaring motorcycle exhaust echoes through the fog. A young woman in fingerless gloves, a leather jacket, and short shorts pulls up on a massive bike. Her ponytail whips back, showing a cold, expressionless face that practically warns everyone to stay far away. He activates his eagle eye skill to read her power level and she senses the probe immediately. Her expression hardens with suspicion as she drifts to a halt, asking through her helmet intercom how he wants to do this. Her voice is smooth but completely freezing, and her ride looks less like a regular motorcycle and more like a heavily customized, high-tech machine. Surprisingly, she carries no firearms. Relying entirely on high-grade melee weapons strapped to her back and her bike, she's clearly a combat specialist and easily the deadliest lone wolf he has run into recently. He tells her to drop the goods and retreat 100 meters. She nods, drops the materials, jumps back on her bike and retreats. He verifies the items with eagle eye, sends 30 gold and she speeds off the second her account balances. Talk about a cold shoulder. He thinks she is incredibly blunt, but he still shoots her a friend request as she rides away. Not for her looks, but because she radiates the raw presence of a top-tier player who will definitely find better loot later. She accepts the request. He messages her that he always buys forging materials and wants first dibs on any high-tier items. Her dry, single-word response instantly kills the chat, but just minutes later, she surprisingly reaches back out, asking how he got so wealthy. He thinks this girl has absolutely zero manners, so he jokingly replies that cash just fell straight from the heavens. She completely misses the sarcasm, offering her mercenary services the next time he hits trouble he cannot handle for the right price. He pushes back, asking if she actually has the skills to solve his problems, and she confidently claims she is incredibly strong. He can only laugh at an ego that somehow surpasses his own, before closing the window. Meanwhile, on her end, Haju Sheng stops her bike, crossing her arms and tilting her head with supreme pride. She waits in anticipation. Minutes pass. Her brows tighten as she starts typing. She demands to know why he read her message without replying, then angrily deletes it. She wonders aloud if he is looking down on her. Suddenly, a zombie lunges. It targets her motorcycle with a feral howl. A flash of light slices the air. Its head pops off mid-lunge. Dozens of glowing streaks erupt from her side. They warp at high speed, carving the corpse until it is finely minced flesh. They fly back to hover silently by her side, a deadly swarm of flying blades. She snorts, shifts gears, and her silhouette begins to fade. Her Tier 2 ghost vehicle completely vanishes into the thick fog. Meanwhile, he has parked. He sets up a pump and hose to refill. While waiting, he mounts the Gatling. Applying the infinite durability modification. Durability ticks to infinite. Talk about an absolute cheat code. Next, he buys a level 1 chip for 100 gold to upgrade the radar. The system chimes to confirm the radar upgrade, then asks a follow-up question. It has detected that his machine gun now possesses the 3 essential traits. This means infinite ammo, infinite durability, and super barrel cooling. It asks to bind the radar, warning that the gun cannot be disassembled afterward. He clicks his tongue, no more taking this weapon into dungeons. But since he cannot have both, he grudgingly hits confirm. The mount shifts and every single detachable part begins to merge. The gun body fuses directly into the roof armor as electronic components sprout. This allows for a full 360-degree rotation. The detail panel registers a level 1 automatic targeting machine gun turret. The first upgrade path available is a devastating close-in weapon system. It scales to a massive caliber, firing 200 rounds per second. That costs 500 gold, 100 parts, and 1,500 steel sheets. The second path is a deadly flamethrower turret, converting fuel into fire. It sprays sticky napalm up to 200 meters with ultra-high temperatures. This locking choice costs 350 gold and 100 parts. Plus 50 fuel. Once his vehicle hits Tier 3, more weapons unlock. This includes laser cannons and anti-aircraft guns. Both routes leave him stunned. Honestly, both options are insanely powerful and ridiculously expensive. His 800 gold has quickly shrunk to just over 200. He sighs, knowing it is time to earn some real money again. Bad news arrives from Jin Sonen. The thick fog has stopped her plants. She apologizes with a crying emoticon, but he tells her it is fine. Meanwhile, the public channel is absolutely overflowing with constant complaints. Many survivors have abandoned chest hunting to gather in mining areas. They gather in forests for steady income, crashing raw material prices. Meanwhile, ammunition prices are ticking up as voices curse this infuriating fog. They complain about the 40-degree heat, warning that monsters are attacking. Survivors are dying without any warning. Now, the Battlefield Alliance has stepped in. They announce that all members must travel in teams, calling solo runs a death sentence. With no easy solution for this extreme weather, he just steels himself. He keeps cruising, but his photovoltaic panels cannot generate any power. Without sunlight, he has to burn extra fuel just to run the targeting radar. Fuel rates double. Strangely, the daytime zombie count has dropped. The radar barely triggers, but just as he starts to wonder why, a massive red dot flashes. The roof-mounted gun immediately erupts into a furious, 3-second burst of fire. It tracks a ghostly shape, tearing through wet flesh before a kill notification pops up. He killed a mist corpse, earning 1 gold. This must be the daytime species he was warned about. They are worth half an elite monster. That is a pretty rich payout for daylight hours. Foot exploration remains too risky. He keeps driving through the heavy blanket of fog. He drives onward, hoping to trigger intel. By 3 in the afternoon, the scenery changes. The ground turns muddy, the heavy tires sinking deep, and he wonders if he has returned to the swamp. He wonders if he circled back to the swamp. Entering this special terrain, the threat level spikes. Red dots multiply into a dense cluster of snakes, insects, and swamp pests. The automated roof gun starts cracking off precise single shots. They rarely yield gold, with young blood pythons worth only 1/10. He quickly shuts off the auto-attack function to avoid drawing unwanted attention. With just over 2 hours before dark, triggering today's intel rides entirely on this final run. He swaps to quiet mud tires, grabs his sniper rifle, and creeps slowly forward. His heavy vehicle handles the shallow swamp easily. He picks off the occasional adult monster. Careful sniper shots take down blood pythons and larger swamp creatures along the way. Half an hour later, the system chime rings, and he quickly confirms the prompt. A massive danger warning flashes. He is entering the territory of a terrifying giant beast. Located 500 meters ahead, vehicles below Tier 3 are strictly warned not to enter. But as always, the system reminds him that fortune favors the incredibly bold. The hidden intel reveals that the swamp depth plunges 300 meters ahead. 10 meters down, in the dry season, a strange white light flashes below. It beams from deep cracks in the mud. This mysterious light can only mean one thing. A silver treasure chest is waiting. Get ready, because things are about to get crazy. He has only ever found lower-tier wooden, iron, or bronze chests. This is Tier 4. He cannot risk drawing the giant beast, which rules out heavy weapons. Too loud, leaving only his quiet sniper rifle for this job. He creeps forward at 15 kilometers an hour until the thick mud climbs up the wheels. Stopping there, he spends half an hour picking off dozens of red dots with perfect precision. With the area clear, he spends 10 gold on a diving suit and oxygen tanks. He drops 12 more gold for a silenced pistol, slipping it right into his waistband. He leaves his heavy weapon behind, knowing the extra weight will only drag him down. He pushes through knee-deep water, the mud thinning into a viscous pool. The swamp deepens rapidly. He switches on his headlamp, but the water is incredibly turbid. Even the strong beam only gives him less than half a meter of visibility. The silence is broken only by his breathing bubbles. The dive drags on for an hour. He sweeps across the silt but finds absolutely nothing. Stealing his resolve, he cuts the light. Plunging into suffocating darkness, he forces himself to keep swimming blindly through the water. He ignores the psychological pressure, combing through the pitch-black water inch by inch. Just as his oxygen runs out, forcing him to head up, a faint glow blooms. He kicks hard toward the light, spotting a beautiful, silver-glowing chest in the silt. Its ancient patterns shimmer brightly, beckoning him closer in the deep dark. Like a sunken treasure on the seabed as his oxygen runs dry, he holds his breath and grabs. The chest kicks hard for the surface, breaks out, gulps air, and drags the chest back to the shallows. Throwing it onto the bank, he collapses, completely exhausted. And filthy but grinning, since the sky is pitch black, he hauls it to the RV. Strips off the diving suit, showers clean, and switches on the air conditioner. It is already 7 in the evening, night having fallen an hour ago without him even noticing. He tells himself he got lucky this swamp had no zombies, surfacing soaked into a fight. Would have been a total nightmare. He looks down at the exquisite chest on the floor, silver patterns glowing beautifully on the lid, the system tags it as a silver treasure chest, asking if he is ready to become powerful. His heart pounds. This is his very first chest at this tier. He lifts the lid, a crisp chime ringing out as rewards scroll past. 200 gold, 300 parts. 10 alloy, 10 disposable forging devices, and a melee weapon mod called Super Edge Sharpening, 1 precious grade cicada wing armor, and 5 B-level. Talent shards. His eyes go wide. He focuses first on the alloy, the disposable forging device, and the cicada wing armor. The system describes alloy as a highly expensive, top-tier vehicle upgrade material obtained when a blacksmith smelts steel sheets. The disposable forging device is a one-time unit where growth-type equipment and materials are placed for a single forge. Alloy is key for vehicle upgrades, and that forging device means he can finally forge weapons himself, something he wanted for days. The cicada wing armor is precious grade, sitting high on the system rating scale. At full durability, the armor is woven from the wings of a king-level creature called the adult void cicada, light as a feather and tough as steel, resisting almost all firearms and most normal melee weapons. Below precious grade, its exclusive skill ethereal form sends his body transparent for 10 seconds, granting total immunity to physical attacks while letting him fly freely. It has a 1-day cooldown resettable for 10 gold, doubling every reset within the same day. He takes a sharp breath. 10 seconds of invincibility means he is absolutely set. The armor feels impossibly soft. Like light gauze, almost weightless, it is meant to be worn underneath. He strips his shirt and puts it on directly, the design covering his upper body, lower body, and neck comfortably. Then he pulls his outer clothes back over, draws a deep breath, and activates ethereal form. A faint flapping sound rings out. He looks down to find he cannot see his hands, feet, or body. His entire form has gone into a transparent void. He grabs the hilt of blood of the moon, and the blade slides into the ethereal state with him. This means he cannot attack with a weapon. Since the weapon vanishes too, his only play is to ambush enemies right after reappearing. He touches the vehicle. The RV stays solid, meaning only items he carries turn ethereal. He focuses and tries to float. The lift comes as easily as walking. His body rises on the first try. Talk about an intoxicating feeling. He laughs, throws open the car door, and shoots out into the night. Even in this state, he still feels the wind and smells the air, though flight speed caps at around 30 kilometers an hour. He sweeps back and forth several stories high, but then the skill cuts out midair. He drops, splashing hard into the mud, covered in grime as he drags. He pulls himself up, half laughing. Back inside the RV and scrubbed clean a second time, he sits with that lingering feeling still in his chest. His cicada wing armor is his ultimate savior. That 10-second invincibility window is really just the start. Resettable cooldown, meaning as long as he has gold, he can extend the window over and over. Now, those high-risk dungeons are no problem. Dungeons, opening this chest, brings his B-level talent shard count to 9. Just one shy of synthesizing his first B-level talent, since bronze chests can drop B-rank shards. He makes them his priority. After 7 p.m., the swamp goes unnaturally quiet. The chat is full of survivors griping that ordinary corpses are scarce, with only Miss Corpse showing up. Soon, someone explains that large factions blame the fog, since Miss Corpse only spawns inside the mist, meaning as long as everyone stays in their vehicles, the night should pass safely. People complain about the heat. One brags about running his air conditioning full blast. Another points out that 1 unit of fuel costs 10 gold, a whole day's wage in the mines. He might as well sleep early, except he hasn't eaten, and his appetite has basically doubled since his constitution shot up. Then Jin Sonnen pings him about a new mutated fruit. The mist treasure fruit is a special mutation. Born from a rare fruit absorbing fog energy, boosting his constitution by 10 points with a weekly limit. It also grants a permanent healing buff that speeds wound recovery and grants immunity to the fog's suffocating and dizzying debuffs. He tells her she did great work and is getting a raise. She starts a trade, but the fruit refuses to transfer, panicking her until he explains that special fruits work like special guns, so they go offline. She's too terrified to leave the starry Sky Great Forest. He tells her to send coordinates so he can come to her, and she does, warning him to be careful. Driving over 200 kilometers through this dead night is going to be wild. So he treats the drive like a road trip. He has only visited the Black Mountain mining area among the named regions, and the Starry Sky Great Forest is supposedly vastly larger and richer, dangerous enough that no player has reached its true depths. The RV hits the plane. He pushes to 100 kilometers an hour, and the auto-targeting radar keeps things lively, blasting down mist cores to cover his fuel costs. The one-time forge comes back to mind, and when he pulls it out, the alloy furnace fills both front seats and nearly crushes him. Shoving it back, he switches on cruise control, walks back to the living area and sets the forge down. He loads Blood of the Moon and a crazy corpse nail, then starts the cycle as a deep red light begins its 10-minute timer. A successful forge, but only 7% progress. Disappointed, he starts another forging run. For the next hour, he drives and forges in parallel. All 5 crazy corpse nails add 7% progress each. The giant mountain puppet stone heart pushes the bar 10% in one cycle. What about the strongest material? Hand. He loads the giant terror pincers, and halfway through, the flashing red light suddenly burns gold instead. The timer resets, and a chime announces a lucky critical hit. Forging great success. Blood of the Moon gains 26%, reaching 71%. Just that bonus alone is worth roughly 2 crazy corpse nails of progress. A few more materials tomorrow will push it to precious artifact grade, finally unlocking its own exclusive skill, just like the cicada wing armor. Back at the wheel, the Starry Sky Great Forest is still tens of kilometers away. The grass thickens, growing taller than a the armored RV plows ahead like a harvester. A massive green wall swallows the windshield. This is a special terrain zone. He turns to detour, but as he swings the wheel, a sudden rustling erupts behind him. A giant red dot blooms on the radar, and the roof gun whips around, opening fire. Noise stirs the entire grass sea. The radar floods with dense red dots, mostly creatures too small to drop coins, but so many the perimeter glows red. A heavy droning of wings follows, palm-sized locusts boil up in a black mass. He hits 120 kilometers, but the swarm catches him, burying the windshield and grinding mandibles against the plating. The armor holds. The original minivan would have been chewed apart. His heavy gun finally drops the largest red dot, an elite juvenile corpse mantis. 2 gold and 1 mantis blade drop. This juvenile was elite, which makes him dread the deeper grass. The locusts peel off as the RV picks up speed. Bypassing the grass sea costs a full hour. He pushes on, stopping twice at monster-dense pockets and burning 2 noise bombs. The halls are smaller and hoped 42 and 35 gold, but auto-targeting picks off stragglers. He clears over 100 coins. By 11, he rolls to the outskirts of the Starry Sky Great Forest. The fog is mostly burned off. The view is clear, a vast, magnificent woodland reaching the horizon. Roots tangle the floor and the canopy is stacked into the sky. Some trees are like cauliflower umbrellas, others pierce the clouds. Thousands of meters up, starlight pouring over ancient woods through the lingering mist. The grass here is short and soft like a green carpet, and around the bases of great trees, survivor groups are camped. Vehicles are parked side by side. People are gathering mushrooms and wild greens, lighting cook fires, smelting iron like indigenous settlers in another world, past the outer rim. The population thins because large wild beasts keep most people away. The marker is a secluded little canyon ringed by huge mountains, dense brush, and small waterfalls cascading into a singing spring. He pings that he has arrived and asks where she is, and she chirps the same back, earning a beat of silence before he clarifies he is outside by the waterfall. She tells him to follow the hollow of a big tree on the left, but a driver has to take the path around the mountain base. He detours and finds an overgrown passage, a maze of huge fallen rocks. Several turns before a path leads inside, but the RV is far too large to thread, so he Harkson walks past the obstacles. The landscape opens into a wide hidden grotto, lush grass spread with flowers, and vegetable patches in the central clearing. A clear pond is fed by a waterfall whose mist throws a faint rainbow under starlight and moonlight, a hidden paradise. He spots a chopped chili head RV in a far corner, and beside it, under a small lean-to, a girl is chopping vegetables, hair pulled into a neat ponytail, a white t-shirt with a cartoon Pikachu loose jeans rolled to her knees and bare feet on the grass. She pings to ask if he has come in, and he calls out from behind. She turns, waves cheerfully, then stiffens because she is still holding the knife, and quickly puts it down with an awkward cough. The online buyer and supplier finally meet offline. She is visibly nervous, her ears tinged red, introducing herself as Jin Sonan. Pleased to meet him, he tells her not to be so formal. She twirls her fingers and lets out the exact silly little laugh he had imagined every time she typed it. She tells him she was making a vegetable salad since she had nothing presentable. Asking him not to mind, after traveling on almost nothing, he swallows at the dishes on the table. She brings a basket of vegetables, mostly sunshine broccoli, an aquatic eggplant since the fog killed the rest, but on top sits a translucent light blue fruit, and she beams, says she has cultivated several new seedlings today and promises a garden tour to him after dinner. He opens a trade and transfers 60 gold for fruit, vegetables, and wages, and her eyes spark. She almost jumps, thanking him loud enough to startle birds. He tells her to keep it up and she will be well rewarded. She snaps to attention and swears she will be the boss's good ox and horse working overtime so the boss can drive a Bentley, and he asks where she picked up the nonsense. She sticks her tongue out and says it is a meme, and he tells her to just eat because her boss is starving. They sit on small stools with no ling cabbage today. He makes the mist treasure fruit the main dish with sunshine broccoli. His constitution jumps 10.5 at once, warmth spreading enough that he sweats. Both buffs settle. His breathing fresher with fog drag gone. To test healing, he nicks his finger with dagger white blood, and he watches the cut visibly scab over. 10 seconds later, a faint itch builds. He rubs at it. The scab flakes off to leave smooth skin. His heart trembles at how strong the effect is as a long-term buff. Looking at Jin Sonan's happy smile, he feels awkward because 60 gold suddenly feels like nothing. After the meal, Jin Sonan drags him on a garden tour, introducing her second, third, and fourth treasures like prized children. She solemnly presents her vehicle, Big Treasure, warning him not to let its plain look fool him, because it is a real ghost vehicle now and small zombies cannot scratch it. He gives her a thumbs up. When she asks where his vehicle is, he says it is parked outside because it is too big. She insists the path is plenty wide, teases him with 2 cute dimples about his driving, and he tells her she will see. At the outer passage, he points at the RV, 5.2 meters tall, 4.3 wide, 8 meters long, seamless super armor, gattling on the roof, ultra-high chassis, oversized tires, and asks how exactly he is supposed to thread that through. She stares for a long moment, then stammers whether this is really his vehicle since from a distance she had thought it was a truck, and trucks are already top tier. She asks if it has a bed, bathroom, kitchen, and he confirms all of it plus AC and refrigerator. She trails off almost in tears with envy, asking why the gap is this wide when everyone started equal while she sleeps in her seat. He pats her shoulder and asks if she has a dream. She sniffles and says she does. He tells her if she works hard, it will not be long before she owns one of these and a big house that they will fence off land by the sea, build a villa, give her 10,000 acres of fertile land for whatever she wants to plant, and when she is tired, she will lie on a beach chair with iced watermelon juice and watch the sunset. She raises 3 fingers and swears she will not be lazy from this day forward. And he tells her that is the spirit. Deep into the night, he heads back to the RV to rest while Jin Sonan waters and fertilizes her patch. Before 6, he waits to dawn, breaking through forest fog, woken by heat because he left the AC off. Drenched as if pulled from water, he washes, cracks 2 bottles of cola. The screen flashes a high-temperature warning. Sunny day, starting at 31 to 55 degrees. Skies are clear, land beast activity drops, and plant life climbs. That 55 stops him cold, even crazier than yesterday's fog. He heads into the canyon and finds Jin Sun already working at her plot in a bamboo hat. Sweat drenches her, but she cheerfully tells him that breakfast is ready on the table. He eats a quick bite, pulls the dwarf vine armor from his backpack, and hands it To her, Jin's son looks completely bewildered and asks what it is, so he explains it is the armor he used before. It is hers now, and she can even sell it if she wants. He adds that he is leaving, warns her to stay safe, and says she should stop working if the heat gets too intense. He waves goodbye and turns away as she holds the armor, watching his retreating back, her heart suddenly aching with emotion. Back at the vehicle, he turns on the air conditioning, then remembers the solar panels. A button on the control panel starts a motor on the roof. The folded panels rise from the outer armor and spread wide, drinking in the sun while blocking heat from the cabin. Low power restriction lifts, and the central cooling blasts a chilly 16-degree breeze. He slumps onto the sofa for a bit, letting the cold air dry his sweat before returning to the steering wheel. He has 2 goals today: make more gold and grind chests for shards to complete his first B-rank talent. The catastrophic 7th-day horde is just 2 days away, and he is still nowhere near Tier 3. Meanwhile, the global chat is pure chaos, filled with players screaming about 40 degrees in the morning, with temperatures still rising. You can bet nobody is skimping on cooling fuel, even with prices spiking to 14 gold coins. One player urges everyone to secure oil fields and find an alchemist to refine crude oil into fuel, while someone else instantly curses him for sharing that secret. Some predict the Black Mountain mining area will claim many lives from heatstroke today. A wistful player wishes for a freezing cold soda, just one sip, while others mock him for believing refrigerators even exist. He freezes. Suddenly his eyes light up as a brilliant money-making opportunity practically drops right into his lap. This business needs barely any capital, since he already has a refrigerator and electricity. All he needs is cola. The exchange price is creeping up but remains reasonable. A case of 24 cans costs around 3 gold, and barely past 6 it will only climb, so he buys 20 cases and stacks them in the living area. His fridge holds 90 liters, but he upgrades it since he is pushing for Tier 3 anyway. 25 gold and spare materials push it to level 2, expanding capacity to 215 liters. He unseals 10 cases and packs both the freezer and refrigerator sections. The fresh-keeping side is temporary, since soda tastes best chilled between 5 and 8 degrees. Satisfied, he goes back to the wheel, driving deeper. The outer edges of the starry sky great forest are overgrown and messy. Very few vehicles can pass. There are barely any zombies, but plenty of wild beasts and raptors. After an hour, he has found only 2 basic wooden chests and 20 gold. Cheap wooden chests no longer interest him. Eventually, the path becomes completely impassable. He checks the cicada wing panel, confirming his ethereal form is ready for action. Its cooldown resets at dawn instead of running a full 24-hour timer, which is highly reassuring. He parks the vehicle in a sunny clearing so the panels can charge properly. He equips his Barrett TRG-22 Desert Eagle dagger. Blood of the Moon, then steps out on foot. He considered bringing the rocket launcher, but rejected it as too heavy to carry. With his enhanced constitution, his stamina is. His movements are quiet and agile now, almost resembling martial arts lightness, or at least enough to not alert any local beasts. He scales obstacles smoothly and presses deeper into the forest. Before long, he spots a black iron chest resting high up on a branch. He buys climbing claws and shimmies up. The chest opens with a sweet chime, yielding 13 gold, 100 steel sheets, 1,000 universal bullets, a fine-grade handheld drill, and a lightweight cold weapon modification. He processes his haul right there on the branch, splitting the bullets into 10 lots of 100 for 20 total gold. The handheld drill is an oil field extraction tool in peak demand, worth 25 gold on the market. Since the weather flips constantly, this price is not going to climb any higher. He lists it immediately and it sells in seconds. The lightweight modification goes right onto his weapon, Blood of the Moon, reducing the weight noticeably. He leans against the trunk and pops 2 cans of cola as the stifling heat and the climber wearing him down. Looking up, he spots a reddish fruit hanging near the tip of a higher branch. Curious, he activates Eagle Eye. It is a rare kiwi, growing in the outer reaches, mildly toxic to anyone with constitution under 30. It raises constitution by 0.5 and spirit by 0.1. Rare fruit that boosts both stats with absolutely no daily limit. Using a nearby branch as a launchpad, he climbs up, but the kiwi sits at the very tip where his weight would snap the wood, so he draws his desert eagle, locks on using Eagle Eye, and clips the branch with one clean shot. The kiwi tumbles down into the weeds. He scans the canopy and finds a second, then a third. Picking them off, the yield is thin, just 13 in total, after stripping the tree clean. He climbs down and follows the fall line, bagging the fruit until he is drenched in sweat and breathing hard. It is barely past 10 and the forest temperature is hitting 48 degrees, an absolute steamer, 2 energy drinks and half an hour later, he is back inside the RV, stepping out of hell into human comfort. He grabs a bottle of cola so cold it smokes with white vapor. He pops it open and lets the icy rush flood him from head to toe. Cold cola is truly a lifesaver in summer, still. Damp under the air conditioning, he opens the chat as his next batch has chilled long enough to sell. The exchange tags every food item by status, whether cooked, raw, room temperature, heated, or expired, meaning anything specially chilled really stands out. He lists 100 cans chilled to 5 degrees for 3 gold each, adding a luxury drink with high cooling costs. Then he drops the ad directly into the public chat. The lobby was already an absolute dumpster fire of heatstroke misery, and this host completely detonates it. The first wave of responses is pure outrage and disbelief. People are screaming highway robbery, asking if blowing on warm soda even counts as iced. They threaten to roast him alive if the temp is over 20 degrees, but then things flip. They open the market and find actual 5-degree cola. Instantly, panic buying begins. Rumors fly about ice-type talents. The stock drops by 50 in a blink, and then a whale snaps up the rest. The entire batch is gone in under 20 seconds, one observer notes. The drink was priced like a Rolex or Hermes of this apocalypse, targeted solely at the wealthy. Not people pooling fractions of a coin for a single sip. 300 gold rolls in, and his inbox explodes with messages. Huge guilds are begging for shipments. An influencer offers suggestive videos. Desperate students beg for discounts. A representative of the premier Battlefield Alliance Guild asking for 20 bottles and friendship. He posts another notice, no offline deals. His cola orders are flying. The 5-degree cans are gone, and the 12-degree ones sell out in a minute. The next batch takes 4 hours. He pulls every can from cold storage, exactly 139 left. After drinking one, he keeps 9 and lists 130. They sell out in half a second. He gets 260 gold. This is much faster than hunting zombies. Scalpers resell at inflated prices, yet the cans still fly instantly. This massive demand cements Ice Cola as a premium brand. He refuses to raise prices. He knows scalpers build his reputation, and raising prices would only ruin his brand. This easy money is an investment, since almost no other survivor has his setup. Almost nobody with a Tier 2 vehicle picked the extreme heavy-duty upgrade path. Starting from a broken minivan, few dared to commit against such massive disadvantages. Fewer still stacked a Tier 2 power generator and a refrigerator on top. He is likely the only person in the entire region with this setup. He starts preparing lunch with Jinsun, washing vegetables and plating fresh kiwi fruit. He plates the cooked meats, but then remembers he forgot to send her cola. Her message from 2 hours ago says the sunlight is excellent for harvesting. He trades her a few colas and food portions, which she happily accepts. She asks him to wait for a surprise, then sends over 4 ice blue fruits. These tomato-shaped fruits are beaded with water. The panel calls them cooling fruit. They are a rare high-grade treasure from the starry sky great forest. They grow by absorbing massive amounts of nutrients and water under intense sunlight. Within 1 hour, it releases a powerful cooling sensation, dropping his body temperature. This effect is perfect for heavy outdoor labor during the scorching weather. With 50 degrees outside, the timing is a lifesaver. He praises her endlessly. Once his lunch plates are cleared, he devours 13 kiwis as a sweet post-meal treat. The system panel awards him a solid 6.5 points to his physique. It is less than yesterday's missed treasure fruit, but still boosts his mental attributes. That extra 1 3/10 of a point immediately sharpens his senses. His energy brightens with a comfortable, subtle warmth, as if his soul itself has grown. Once his physique peaks, training his mind will be the next path forward. After a brief nap, he gathers his gear and steps into a suffocating wall of heat. He eats a cooling fruit, and a minty wave radiates from within to ease the pressure. Rather than charging straight in, he hooks a grappling line onto a massive tree. He climbs up, and as his head breaks through the canopy, wild winds rush past. Below him, the rolling green forest canopy looks like endless ocean waves. An ancient, boundless wilderness stretches out before him like a mysterious scroll. At the edge of his vision, a colossal shadow looms among hazy, ancient trees. It is too far for even his specialized vision to identify properly. Compared to that beast, he is a mere insect. He sweeps the nearby forest. He maps out the most promising, yet highly dangerous route through the woods. He moves much faster, but danger climbs. Before traveling 2 kilometers, he faces wild beasts. Giant bears, tigers, and gorillas, each twice the size of normal creatures, ambush him. They are worth half a gold coin each. Since handguns fail, he switches to sniper rifles. He aims for long-range headshots, but if a thick-skulled beast gets too close, he draws. Blood of the Moon, his physique is over 44 times stronger than normal. He could easily match the legendary Wu Song fighting tigers on Jingyang Ridge. Out here, any tiger can measure 6 meters and weigh over 2 tons, yet he dares to fight close. He relies on cicada wing armor, which is impenetrable and completely dampens shock. Plus, his Blood of the Moon blade has level 2 edge sharpening. It severs a massive head in a single stroke. Now warmed up, he sheathes the rifle. He sticks strictly to blade work to sharpen his close-range combat awareness. Less than 2 kilometers in, he encounters his first elite monster while resting with a cola. Glancing up, he notices the branches shifting. Suddenly, a massive hand of twisted vines lunges. It slams down right where he stood, a brutal hit like that would have folded him in 3. Roots tear out of the dirt, forming walking vine feet as murky eyes open on the trunk. Glowing crimson pupils stare back. His status panel labels this massive beast a Triant. It is an elite monster from an ancient race that once guarded mythical forests. Now exiled, they can live up to 10,000 years, sleeping for centuries. They rarely attack first, but they endlessly hunt anyone who wakes them. This creature holds an extreme grudge. Suddenly, the giant beast lumbers forward once more. He rolls sideways as the ground violently jolts. The thing is incredibly clumsy despite its size. Sniper rifle up, eagle eye active. 2 precise shots instantly blind the giant monster. It thrashes wildly. He fires repeatedly into its trunk until he spots a glowing red core. Fine vein-like threads radiate across its chest. Raising his Barrett rifle, he aims carefully. An armor-piercing round tears through, punching a massive, bull-sized hole in it. The Triant freezes, then crashes down in a massive cloud of dust and leaves. The system awards him 1 Triant kill, 2 gold, and a rare Triant heart. Notification chimes. Surprisingly, today's survival intel has just triggered. He has been in this area a while. Perhaps the loud combat drew monsters close. He opens it, the screen slaps him with an urgent, high-risk warning. It has alarmed a terrifying creature, 5 kilometers to his southeast. The beast is already heading his way. The system warns him to run, but adds a hint. Mysterious, colorful light often glows within that highly dangerous zone. If he has the courage, he can investigate. His pupils instantly tighten at the mention of light. If the monster is coming here, he can use it as a diversion to raid its lair. Absolute genius. He hides his Barrett rifle in a bush and packs his gear away. Keeping only his Blood of the Moon blade, he spends 45 gold on lightweight agility upgrades. This pushes the blade to its absolute cap. At level 5, his heavy burden lifts. Pressing his ear to the dirt, he feels the rhythmic, heavy thumping of a giant. The beast is leaping and running dangerously close. He quickly cuts into the dense woods. Taking a roundabout route, he weaves wide around the thick, giant undergrowth. Unable to sprint, he leaps up to grab a hanging vine, swinging tree to tree. His pace is exhilarating. Suddenly, an unmistakable, terrifying rumbling echoes nearby. They pass just a few hundred meters apart. He stops, activating his eagle eye. A massive dark shadow flashes past with overwhelming, violent force. Heavy tremors cover his noise, letting him rush forward. 4 kilometers, 3, then 2. His face falls. The beast has turned around. How is it that fast? Going back empty-handed is out of the question. If he must fight, so be it. Using a landmark, he tracks the giant's path of snapped trees and broken vines. Meter-high weeds are trampled into mud inside massive footprints. Its heavy aura is suffocating. Even snakes and poisonous insects have fled. The trail ends. He finds a small canyon, ringed by shocking piles of bones and meter-tall mounds of dung. The pressure inside is thick, radiating from a 30-meter-tall ape. Its jet-black fur looks as thick as steel needles, covering gnarled muscles. Hideous scars lace its body. 2 sharp fangs frame a gaze glowing like embers. A system panel pops up on its own, identifying this super monster as a relic war ape. It is a descendant of the legendary clan that scattered across the Eternal Continent. As wanderers after the mythical war, its bloodline is diluted but still terrifyingly dominant. This is his first time seeing a top-tier monster above the elite class. The panel mentions the Eternal Continent, which he realizes might be the true name of these plains. With a deeper background he still does not know, he cannot fight this beast head-on. He needs to find that colorful light first. Climbing a nearby tree, he activates Eagle Eye. The canyon unfolds in detail, his eyes locking onto a rainbow chest. Sitting quietly in a mountain stream, the panel labels it a special-grade rainbow chest, containing 3 rare treasures, but he is only allowed to choose one of them. The system warns that a wrong choice means a lifetime of regret. No wonder he never found one before, but hold on, his luck is about to run out. He spots another presence, an almost human figure sitting absolutely still, an old ape. Is watching him with an incredibly calm gaze, as if it has been doing so. From the very beginning, even at a kilometer away, that eye contact chills his scalp. The system marks it as an ancient ape king relic species, a king-level monster, who is currently severely injured and critically ill. Its rating fields are blank. King level is far higher than super. Cold sweat drenches his back as he recovers his focus. Nearby, the giant ape gathers fruits and dumps them right in front of the old ruler. Gesturing for it to eat, suddenly the giant beast senses the prying gaze locking on. Its eyes, drowning in pure killing intent, swing back to pin his hidden figure in the tree. Seriously, do all these monsters have spider sense? No wonder Eagle Eye is only C rank. Any high-level creature can easily sense it. The giant ape lets out an earth-shattering roar and charges with pressure that would buckle any human's legs. But he drags in a deep breath, leaps down, and rushes straight into the canyon. The war ape's speed is nothing like the Treant, with a single leap. It descends like a 100-ton bomb. No dodging this without etherealization, he realizes. His body instantly slides into the transparent void. The ape lands, heavy hands clasping into a hammer that smashes the earth, but the tiny human figure has already vanished. He is controlling his body with his mind now, flying straight toward the chest. Even at flight speed, he cannot cross this entire canyon in a single phase. What worries him most is that ancient king-level ape. Suddenly, his body reappears. He lands sprinting, immediately spending 10 gold to refresh his cooldown, and the system chimes a successful reset. The next one will cost 20 gold. He is still halfway from the chest, his eyes glued to the ancient king. He is ready to phase if it moves, but it only watches him with calm, ancient eyes. He feels relieved yet deeply confused. No attack even at this close range. Is it truly that badly injured? No time to think, the giant war ape is closing in again. Its massive, room-sized palm swats down, forcing him to phase out once more. The ground explodes into dust as he shoots forward, with 3 seconds left. He reaches the chest and grabs it with both hands, letting it vanish into safety. He is only a dozen meters from a true king-level monster, the closest he has ever been. He notices that the natives here seem to know these treasure chests exist. A giant rainbow glowing box vanishing right before the ancient ape king draws no reaction. Opening it must wait, escaping quickly is all that matters. His second phase state runs out, leaving him less than 50 meters from the rampaging beast. He burns another 40 gold to refresh. The monster's combat bloodline has adapted fast. The instant he solidifies, the beast hurls a massive boulder right at his face. He spends 40 more gold coins to phase away, finally managing to clear the canyon. But the ape's intelligence is terrifying, pursuing him in the exact direction he fled. Furious eyes scan the area as he weaves into the dense forest. He tries to open some distance, but the beast's keen tracking sense keeps him pinned. Swallowing the massive cost, he spends 80 gold to bolt in a new direction. Thank goodness he has reserves. Seriously, this giant ape is completely losing its mind. It smashes through the trees. He calculates one more refresh will fully shake it. Just as he prepares that heavy investment, the older ape in the canyon acts. It slowly opens its mouth and utters an almost inaudible, vibrating syllable. The strange vibration strikes the giant beast, instantly restoring a tiny sliver of its reason. It abruptly breaks off the chase, snorts at the air, and turns back. His phasing power runs out right then, and finding himself safe, he lets out a breath. Stacking several phase flights on top of that sprint has completely drained him. Trembling and with a throbbing head, he recovers with energy drinks and fruit. Once he can move, he pushes back to retrieve his sniper rifle from the battlefield. By the time he reaches it, he is lightheaded and desperate for his RV. Both crucial active skills drain his stamina hard. nearly forcing a total physical collapse. If not for his special cabbage and cooling fruit, he would have fainted. Puffing along slowly, he stumbles upon a pleasant surprise, a bronze chest in a tree. The hollow is crawling with venomous insects. This is his third chest. The first chest gave armor cores, and the second gave gold plus some talent shards. He is currently 1 B-level shard short. He shoots down the pests. Reaching inside the chest yields 35 gold, 100 parts, and 10 units of super lumber, along with 7 C-level shards and 2 B-level talent shards. These shards bring his next C-level talent upgrade right around the corner now. Super lumber is a premium material, refined directly from ordinary wood. The market is quite small, but it is worth at least 10 gold apiece. He pulls up to the RV around 4 in the afternoon and scrambles inside. Completely exhausted, he collapses under the air conditioning before sitting up 10 minutes later. The glowing rainbow chest sits at his feet. Watch as he lifts the lid. Dazzling ribbons of light erupt, revealing 3 floating treasures glowing inside. The system prompts him to select only one, and the first option is legendary. Dragon-slaying sword at full durability, featuring a powerful passive soul drain. Each of his slashes will now deal massive, soul-corroding damage to his opponents. Its active skill unleashes a 50-meter sword domain for 20 seconds of destruction. It has a 30-minute cooldown and was once used to slay ancient dragon gods. Its divine power is gone, but it still easily terrifies mid-tier opponents. A system footnote warns that legendary rank gear cannot be easily bound. It is impressive, but he cannot wield an ancient divine sword right now. Blood of the Moon is already overpowered and shares the same weapon niche. Taking the sword means abandoning his rifle build, so he sets it aside. Next is the Dragon Imprisoning Marsh questbook, featuring 20 invitation tickets. Each ticket costs 1,000 gold, and the evaluation warns of extreme danger. Personal vehicles cannot enter, meaning a massive death risk and 20,000 gold. The entry fees alone are insane. His heart pounds, then quickly deflates. No one at this stage can afford this. It would just gather dust. The third option is a mysterious egg with a completely unknown evaluation. Since the first 2 rewards were dragon-themed, this might be a dragon egg. His eyes light up. Honestly, who wouldn't gamble everything for a legendary dragon pet? He lifts the egg out as the chest dissolves into shattered light. He wonders how to hatch it, maybe a warm bed or even a microwave. That might just make a very fragrant egg. He shakes it, hearing faint thumps. Life is already shaped inside. As he moves to set it aside, the egg shifts. He places it on the bed, praying it is not a snake or a chicken. The shell cracks, a cute little head pokes out, blinking on 4 tiny legs. It totters toward him. It is a real dragon, even if it is a newborn. It has white fur-like growths along its head, spine, and swaying tail. 2 small round horns on its forehead announce a pure bloodline. The system labels it an ancient divine beast of pure dragon blood. It is a hungry super monster with no master-servant bond yet. The evaluation states almost all pure dragons disappeared after the ancient war. Survivors reportedly fled into a rift world, leaving only a scattered few behind. The system offers him a choice to bond or release the beast. He laughs at the release option. He lifts the cool, silver-scaled creature. A deep, profound energy stirs against his palm, feeling truly divine. It nuzzles him and lets out a soft, milky cry, gently nibbling. He taps to establish the master-servant bond, locking it in. The young dragon registers as his pet, and pets can earn gold from kills. They can also use specific resources. Since it came from an egg, he names it Danzy and rubs its head, not caring about the simple name. He just gave a legendary dragon offspring a household name. Next, he buys milk. Danzy staggers up the rim and gulps wetly, then slips face first inside. He faceplants right into the bowl, and seriously, it is the cutest thing ever. He opens his chat to find his private inbox absolutely detonated with messages. The extreme heat is killing survivors, spiking the demand for cold items. Wealthy buyers offer massive private premiums, but he refuses to do it. He wants to build a real brand, so he posts a public notice. Instantly, the screen explodes with desperate players shouting and begging for help. They plead for a single can of cold soda to survive this. Many warn others not to resell the items for a cheap profit. They praise him as a man of integrity, pleading for his stock. He lists 100 ice cold cans, and they sell out in a single second. 300 gold lands in his pocket as he lists the next batch. Gold as they vanish instantly, but only 168 gold lands instead of 280. The system pings that his cola severely deviates from the market price. His total exceeded the 1,000 gold limit, triggering anti-resale sanctions. 80% is docked from the portion over the limit and any future non-market sales. Until reset, he curses, then accepts that 1,000 gold in a day is explosive. Enough after selling out, closing the chat. Danzai has climbed onto the sofa and is chewing his clothes. The basin is empty, 3 boxes gone but the panel still reads hungry. Pure milk costs half a gold a box, and this glutton just ate 1.5 gold worth. He buys a full case of milk and meat, swapping to a larger basin. He dumps 7 or 8 boxes with 5 meat packs, stirs, then plops Danzayan it paddles joyfully. He returns to the sofa to check his talent fragments. 1 C-grade and 1 B-grade fragment. The C-grade synthesizes into elementary body technique, a passive that grants elementary combat body technique upon acquisition. It fully enhances his speed, sensory sensitivity, reaction, evasion, and stealth. The evaluation calls it one of the strongest close combat talents, already rivaling top human martial arts masters of Blue Star at the elementary stage. Scaling with his physique, 2 hints follow that a survivor holds at most 2 talents of the same level, with any surplus decomposable into shards at 5-1, and that every talent can undergo an overlimit awakening. Clarity falls over him like an innate technique, no strength added, only complete understanding and control of every part of his body. Only now does he realize how clumsy he has been on brute force alone. He taps the B grade, and a prompt informs him he is among the top 5 in this area to fuse a B grade, triggering great synthesis success at 500%. A deep blue light blooms as the system pings great success, awarding Formless Hidden Lightning, a B-grade growable talent. Skill 1, Thunder. Affinity, a passive granting affinity with all thunder elements. Lightning drawn from the sky serves as an energy reserve, easing the sensing of thunder resources. Skill 2, Formless Thunder, releasing the thunder energy in his body into 3 evolutions: Thunder Flash, Thunder Curtain, and Thunder Fire Robe. Growth starts at 0%, fed by resources like Thunder Spirit Stones. The evaluation calls Thunder talents the most mysterious and powerful of all elementals, and one of the most terrifying destructive forces. To wield it is to wield death itself. Instant it locks, he jerks back as if electrified as dazzling light bursts from his eyes. An invisible thunderfield unfolds, making his hair and collar drift. He exhales, staring at his hands. Past 5 in the afternoon, the crimson dusk closes in. He steps out and raises his hand at a tree stump. Arcs of lightning crawl off his body and converge into a dazzling ball of suppressed, destructive energy. Sparks crawl scorched trails across the ground. With a thunder flash, the ball snaps into a deep blue beam that lights the forest like noon, piercing the stump. Slamming into a boulder behind it to shatter the rock, the stump cracks and crashes. Sideways, his face pales, cold sweat beads, and he staggers back, gasping. Because that single shot burned more stamina than he had to spare, yet his eyes burn with fervor. 1 thunder flash tore both stump and boulder apart, and Thunder Curtain and Thunder Fire Robe are still to come, plus the talent is growable. He regrets that his recent drop was a Fire Spirit Stone instead of Thunder. He reminds himself to boost his physique. Everything besides his vehicle depends on it. Opening his chat, Jin Sun has sent a flood of new crops. There is sunshine broccoli, 2 Lingyun cabbages, 1 starlight spirit fruit, and fresh vegetables. A rare new blazing sunflower fruit has finally appeared on the list. It needs at least 2 more days, so he flatly pays her 100 gold. This bonus thrills her, while he sits down to enjoy a massive dinner. The attribute panel shows his Gijang Ranger title, adds 3 constitution and spirit. A 20% bonus brings his gold to 211.5. With 52 constitution, his spirit sits at 13.3 on his level 22 RV. His talents include Triple S Daily Intelligence and the unique Formless Hidden Lightning. He also has B-grade Lightning, C-grade Eagle Eye, and basic body technique. The vegetables hit their daily limit, so he tucks the extras into the fridge. Thanks to his body technique, even with constitution past 50, he feels fine. The old loss of control is gone, replaced only by pure refinement. With 10 minutes until nightfall, he drives out of the dark forest as visibility tanks. Once darkness hits, the RV plunges into deep pits, barely surviving. Losing his way, he pays 1 gold in global chat to get his coordinates. He decides to upgrade to autonomous driving. He turns to the untouched center console, spending 3 gold and 5 parts. Level 1 only unlocks music, but the catalog is massive. It features every song from Bluest Star, with absolutely no premium subscription needed. Buying a level 1 chip, he spends 15 gold and 20 parts to upgrade. Level 2 brings a giant 4K screen and full voice controls. This unlocks voice command over all electronics and full navigation maps. Both solve real issues. Smart driving costs 70 gold, 100 parts, and a level 2 chip. After some tight haggling, he manages to buy the chip for 89 gold. The console glows as the plastic interior transforms into mahogany and leather. Outside, the targeting system integrates 3 laser radars and advanced wave routers. A smart driving paddle appears on the wheel. Engaged, the RV drives itself along the navigation route. It consumes high power, but it is completely self-running while he flicks the paddle. A mechanical female voice announces the smart mode is active. He lets go of the wheel. With autonomous driving and defensive turrets, he can farm monsters in his sleep. The RV rolls onto an open grassland dotted with massive trees. Starlight pours from the sky while luminous insects rise around them. He blasts heavy metal, cracks the window wide, and lights a Yushi cigarette. White smoke drifts into the sweltering night as the heavy bass pounds. The 5th night descends with a bloody mist. His pupils tighten as glowing shapes light up in the distant mist. They look exactly like swaying ghost fires in the mist, so he quickly activates Eagle Eye. They are giant 3-meter-tall zombies, completely wrapped in roaring flames. Their molten red skin drips scorching hot magma. White smoke rises from their tracks. The system identifies them as furnace zombies. Elite super variants spawning only in extreme heat, their bodies almost entirely molten lava, warning never to let them touch the vehicle or he faces a horrifying death. More than a dozen of them are already in range, each an elite threat alongside plenty of mad zombies. These 2 types run half in half with no other monsters around. He curses. Last night was brutal and he did not expect this jump. The radar alarms blare and a brutal impact rocks. The vehicle, a mad zombie, has arrived. He grabs his weapon, Blood of the Moon, glancing at the closing furnace zombies. He hesitates, ordering the targeting radar online instead. The Gatling gun roars to life, tearing the mad zombie to shreds, earning him 2 gold. But the gunfire attracts everything nearby, more than a dozen furnace zombies and nearly 10 mad zombies charge at once, 3 closing in within seconds. The Gatling keeps roaring as he raises his Barrett sniper. He aims at the nearest furnace zombie through the secure firing port and pulls the trigger. The armor-piercing round crosses hundreds of meters, shattering its head into bright sparks. He chambers another round, then freezes. Because no system kill notification appears, the decapitated monster simply shakes and charges faster toward the RV, a headless hellspawn. He quickly aims for its chest. A massive bull-sized hole rips open, throwing the body back, but it gets right up. He fires a 3rd shot, shattering its leg, and only then does the monster collapse. The Gatling cleared the 3 close mad zombies, but the defensive perimeter has tightened. He immediately redirects the targeting radar onto another furnace zombie. The weapon rakes it, shredding the creature into glowing chunks until the entire mass detonates into a massive fireball. The system pings his reward of 2 gold. At that exact moment, the headless crippled zombie from earlier begins glowing dark red and explodes violently as well. The shockwave scorches the surrounding earth, earning him another 2 gold and a flame heart item. Now that is a crazy mechanic. After a headshot, the beast becomes a ticking time bomb. Unless completely neutralized, it simply charges forward and explodes. They are far deadlier than mad zombies. Even if the heavy armor holds, the intense heat alone would roast everyone inside. Now, the Gatling concentrates solely on those furnace monsters while he shoots their legs, paralyzing them for the turret to easily finish off. Yet one still breaks through, slamming directly against the vehicle before detonating. It is an explosive shockwave that sends several nearby mad zombies flying through the air. The armor holds, but the interior cabin temperature spikes by 10 degrees. He curses, flooring the gas pedal while directing the gun. The remaining mad zombies, only when the area is silent does he step outside. All 4 tires are melted to bare hubs in places, with durability down 2%. He cools them, swaps them with a fresh set, then exhales and wipes his sweat. This first clash was successful because he understands the enemy tactics now. He messages Jin-sun, warning her not to save coins. She must keep her vehicle in ghost mode and lay low tonight. Next, he opens the global chat, immediately flooded with desperate voices, begging others to keep furnace monsters away, warning everyone to flee instead of fight. Many wonder why tonight is so much worse, reporting 100-person groups, completely buckling under pressure, offering massive rewards for a rescue in the canyon. Others snap back that nobody can rescue them when everyone is barely surviving. Rumors spread that major factions are taking heavy losses against these undefendable monsters. Headshots are totally useless. Quickly, he posts the enemy details he just discovered. Immediately grabbing everyone's attention, the global chat announces that Master G is active, warning that these creatures detonate after headshots, so everyone must target the legs before the head. It is obvious these elite monsters are not meant for normal humans to fight, but knowing the trick. To stop furnace zombies gives the survivor channels a tiny sliver of hope. And let's be real, this changes nothing. Those furnace beasts are only half the problem. Running loose out there, the fast mad zombies are the other half, and teams cannot stop a single elite monster, let alone the dozens swarming every campsite at once. Less than 30 minutes into the dark. The regional chat explodes with collapse reports from every small squad under 10 people. Only the massive formations of 100 or more are still breathing. He monitors the frantic distress calls on the public channel. The bounties are climbing higher with every passing minute, but he already knows the math. And honestly, the larger the reward, the more desperate the situation becomes, because when a group bleeds gold to a stranger, they are bleeding out for real. He posts a single message offering help, and his inbox immediately begins to overflow. The volume is lower than the first 2 chaotic nights, but every single request is dead serious, and one of them stops him cold. A trapped squad of 300 is offering 300 gold coins and a C-grade talent overlimit gem, attaching the rare item card to the message. This gem triggers an overlimit awakening for any static talent. He almost laughs out loud. This is the exact permanent endgame upgrade he has been searching for, dropping right into his lap at midnight. This is what true desperation looks like when it has the gold to pay. He quickly confirms the order, throwing the battered vehicle onto autopilot with auto attack enabled, then spends 70 gold coins and 90 parts to upgrade the engine to level 5, boosting it to 5.0 liters displacement. Top speed hits 180 kilometers, the absolute vehicle limit. The engine roars as nearly 1,000 horsepower surges forward, pinning the speedometer near 130 across the rugged plains. Lava zombies trying to block him are instantly left behind, only the mad beasts can keep pace, their long limbs twisting at impossible angles. Even they cannot land a single hit. He completely ignores them, focused ahead. The canyon is just 12 kilometers away, meaning he has mere minutes. Before walking into a total slaughter, he will either turn it around or trade 300 lives for a shiny rock, and he prefers winning. Reaching the canyon, the scene is exactly like the horrific distress call. And worse, over 300 survivors are packed tightly against a stone wall. At the back of the basin, only one narrow pathway leads out. They had 3 defensive lines set up, but 2 are already completely overrun. Their leader, Lee Taeyong, sits in a second-tier vehicle at the front, sweat pouring down his face as he watches their final line crumble. Under the flood of furnace and mad zombies, his captains desperately crowd around. Demanding updates on rescue, he tells them to wait, though waiting feels exactly like a polite word for dying. Suddenly, the communication panel pings. Lee Taeyong freezes up completely, looking up to say that someone has arrived. He accepted the rescue. The captains immediately light up, asking if their savior is the Sinpong Group or one of the Big Three, the Battlefield Alliance, the Mountain and Sea Alliance, or the Ghost Dragon Society. He gives them a bitter smile and tells them it is none of those. It is Gi Zhang. He speaks that name like it actually still holds weight. The captains stare at him like he has lost his mind. They all know Gi Zhang as a lone wolf, the guy who has been dropping survival guides on the public frequency all night. The idea of one person coming alone to rescue 300 people sounds like either a miracle or a scam. Lee Tae-young does not look any more confident than his captains. He admits that the Sinpong Group is 2 hours away behind other contracts. There is no holding this Canyon for 2 hours, so a powerful lone wolf is their only desperate gamble. He keys his radio anyway, telling the entire group that rescue is coming. No. One dies before dawn, morale surges back, bullets pour forward like. They are free, and his men scream back at the horde because at least screaming is not surrendering. Meanwhile, Gijang is still tearing across the plains, peeling off wave after wave of furnace zombies. The crazed pack hangs behind him like hyenas, waiting for a lion to bleed. The targeting radar cannot lead them, only locking linear targets, so he cannot pin them while moving. Dragging this many maniacs into a packed canyon makes his temples ache. He grabs his TRG-22 sniper rifle, walks to the rear shooting bay, and starts picking them off one by one. Ballistic correction and eagle-eye skills. Stack landing a clean headshot roughly every 3 rounds. 2 are confirmed dead. Over a dozen are limping, and the pack finally decides he is not worth the chase. And scatters, free at last, he heads back toward the cab. The cabin feels off the moment he steps in, and he realizes Danya is not where he left him. He digs through the back and finds a tuft of white fur jammed in a sofa seam. He pinches and lifts. And the upside-down little dragon wriggles in his grip, eyes huge and pitiful. He tells him he is a mischievous dragon and a complete coward, hiding the second a fight starts is no way to earn his keep. He dangles him by the tail and notices he is heavier than yesterday. The autocannon hammers again on the roof, and the creature shudders and whimpers. He drops him back into the cushions where he immediately burrows his head back into the seam. Fearless beast, truly the dread of the plains. He is only a few kilometers away now. The silhouette of the low mountains rises on the horizon, a smear of red light bleeding under them from the flickering of furnace zombies blowing themselves apart. He messages Lee Toon, who tells him their line has just collapsed. A furnace zombie broke through, forcing them to abandon dozens of vehicles to retreat, and now the canyon has no fallback left. Gijang tells him to hold for 2 minutes. He asks if he brought reinforcements. Gijang tells him no, just him. His reply is silence. He probably thinks he is a scammer taking advantage of their panic for a rescue fee, since every scammer has been working that angle since day one. Honestly, who can blame them? He does not blame the guy. Lee Toon sits inside his combat vehicle, staring at the wall of fire, lighting up half the canyon, the burning shells of his own vehicles, the warped figures of elite monsters prowling between them like hell come to camp, and he tries to convince himself that a legendary name like Gijang would never stoop to that. Talk of saving the dying means nothing to him. Meanwhile, his captains scream over the comms that the maddened horde has breached the third line, that rescue is nowhere in sight and they cannot hold. He grips the mic so hard his hand actually shakes. Suddenly, a calm voice cuts through every single radio in the area. On the public channel, the frequency reserved strictly for the leader alone. The stranger commands everyone to cease fire. Hearing this, Lee Tae-hung nearly leaps from his seat, frantically shouting the young man's name to confirm if it is really him. The youth confirms and repeats the order, stop shooting. His captains stare at the radio, as if it just insulted their families. What does a ceasefire even mean? Down the canyon throat, negotiate, absolute madness. Will the mindless undead show mercy? Lee Tae-hung himself desperately tries to push back, arguing they cannot stop firing, or the horde will simply walk in and butcher them all. The youth warns him a second time to listen closely and stand down. He bites his lip until he tastes copper. Then he barks the command with a cracking voice. Fingers leave triggers. The canyon falls. Totally silent. All that remains is the horrific sound of the approaching monsters. Screams and heavy footsteps, a countdown to death sprinting straight toward them. 2 seconds of pure terror, and their defense is completely shattered. Soldiers inside the wrecked defenses watch the elite horde close in, bracing for the end. Suddenly, a sound pierces the air from outside the valley. Sharp and incredibly high, it slices through everything. The sonic wave ripples outward, and every single zombie in the canyon instantly freeze. Like a single massive organism, they turn and flee the valley. At a frantic sprint, the terrifying horde retreats like a tide pulled by the moon. Behind them remains only burning rubble, ash, and soldiers who expected to die. They survived. The silent canyon takes a long second to remember how to breathe. Shocked survivors clutch their chests, some laughing in disbelief while others curse in relief. They wonder if the foreign aid expert used some legendary special item from his inventory, since nothing else explains 100 elite beasts suddenly turning Around like that, Lee Tae-hung recovers first, yelling over the radio that they must rebuild the defenses immediately. If the distraction holds, they might just survive. His exhausted star troop scrambles into action, picking through the smoldering debris. Combat vehicles roll through embers and thick ash toward the valley entrance. But the sight waiting for them there stops every heart in the troop. The monsters did not retreat at all. The entire horde is clustered together. Blazing heat from furnace-type zombies lights up the swarm like a massive beacon. Lesser beasts sprint in frantic circles around them, utterly lost and chasing nothing. Shaky hands instinctively reach for weapon triggers. This is getting incredibly tense. But Lee Tae-hung screams at them to hold their fire before anyone shoots. Parked nearby in the open terrain sits a heavy armored RV, massive as a truck. Next to it stands a lone youth, calmly watching the writhing swarm of monsters. He shows absolutely no fear. Knowing he came alone was one thing. Witnessing it firsthand is another story. The sheer courage of this man is unreal. He marched completely alone into the deadliest night of the apocalypse, saving 300 strangers from certain death, and he is not even done yet. Lee Tae-hung quickly rallies his men while pinging the young man privately. They tell him to get clear, but standing there is absolute suicide. He does not answer. He is still waiting. The noise ball keeps screeching. The last few furnace zombies from the outer ring join the pack. The gathering peaks. Still, he does not fire. They would only scatter. A direct hit right now would only clip a few and completely ruin his setup. He only has one shot at this. If he does it once. He takes a deep breath. Slowly, the air around him begins to hum and crawl. Something invisible is forming. A faint blue light kindles in his eyes. Lightning sparks across his skin. His hair and clothes lift with energy. Above the massive cluster, the air begins to warp and shimmer. Pure electricity gathers high above. He knows the windup is absolutely brutal. It eats up every single scrap of stamina he had just built back at dinner. Down at the canyon mouth, the great star troop stares in awe. 100 meters up, lightning begins knitting into a massive web. The bolts thicken and weave, creating a glowing canopy above them. It spans the sky like a giant glowing net. Then, absolute silence falls. The noise ball cuts out. The field goes dead silent. Suddenly, every elite head turns. They lock onto the men in the canyon, then onto him. They brace for a final charge. His eyes blaze, thunder curtain. The lattice drops, a massive thunderclap rolls out, and the canopy collapses. Lightning splits in blinding sheets. The grass turns to glass. Every single zombie inside that massive radius is instantly slammed down. They are completely paralyzed and charred, but still clinging to life. The area was too wide, spreading the energy too thin for instant kills. He expected this. Locking down 100 elite targets in one cast is insane. Even without the kill bonus, this skill is a divine tier power at this stage. Exhaling a tired breath, Ga walks back into the dilapidated van. He pulls a heavy rocket launcher straight out of his storage. The men at the canyon mouth have completely frozen in shock. After a few seconds, the canyon erupts. Holy crap, he is a lightning type. That kind of god-tier talent is supposed to be myth. Even Lee Tae-hung swallows hard. Elemental talents are incredibly rare. Most of these are strictly limited to gold, wood, water, fire, or earth. Even a basic grade in those is a prized asset, but lightning is pure legend. And here Ga is, unleashing this power in front of 300 witnesses. No wonder he came completely alone. The paralyzed elites are still twitching. The electric arcs keep skittering across their bodies, keeping them pinned down flat. Ga calls out to the great star troop, telling them to open fire. Lee Tae-hung finally exhales that deep breath and yells out the direct order. Rifles and pistols immediately rip into the charred pile of monsters. But they accomplish almost nothing from such a huge distance away. Their bullets simply cannot pierce them, so Ga lights up his radar. Dilapidated van's autocannon snarls with 6 spinning barrels. It fires 6,000 rounds per minute, targeting the helpless targets. Each burst shreds the paralyzed zombies, whose defenses were completely flattened. Firing from a height advantage onto fixed targets, his gun turns into a battlefield lawnmower, single-target lethality eclipsing everything the great star troop can put out. The killboard scrolls, Mad Zombie Elite killed +2 gold. Mad Zombie Elite killed +2 gold. Crazy Corpse Nail +1. He shoulders the rocket launcher at the same time, sending a rocket whistling into the Cluster, he watches the fireball blossom, then reloads to send a second and a third rocket. The boons roll across the canyon mouth. By the time the great star troop registers what is happening, half of them have quietly put their guns away. They cannot snatch a kill. An elite is worth gold, and the bullets they would burn. To grab one cost more than the bounty. Around then, the dead furnace zombies start detonating in a chain, ground-shaking columns of flame climbing into the night. The killboard scrolls, furnace zombie elite killed, plus 2 gold again. And again until the count blurs. A few breaths later, the area is a sea of fire. With broken limbs, the battle ends so cleanly that the great star troop collapses where they stand, sitting in the dirt and staring at the distant flames as if watching a bonfire on a holiday. One of them sighs that he finally understands why God turned the Sin Pong group down, with strength like that anyone would solo. Another wishes out loud that he were in their group so they could eat meat and drink soup off his plate. The third tells them both to wake up and be grateful they survived. Living another day, they all agree, is profit enough. He drives his dilapidated van around to the canyon mouth. Up close, the armored beast finally registers as what it is, not a truck, but an RV boasting streamlined metallic armor and a 6-barrel autocannon on the roof that screams wealth the way a luxury watch does, with a lightning talent on top of that. The entire troop is reduced to one shared question: how can a person be this strong? The RV settles at the canyon pass and he steps out. Li Tahung moves first, both hands out, telling him that the entire great star troop owes him their lives. He waves him off and asks him to drop the formalities. He reads him quickly, opens a trade, transferring 300 gold coins, and presses the C-grade talent over limit gem into his hand. He takes the crystal, watching it catch the firelight. This is an endgame product, not a temporary boost, a permanent maximum enhancement on a C-grade slot in his talent tree. One of his captains slides in, smiling, offering him good wine and food in the troop's name. He tells them there is no need, he still has business tonight, and turns to ask Li Tong whether the troop keeps a blacksmith. The atmosphere goes a little awkward at the word. He shakes his head with a small, bitter smile, telling him they used to have one, but he was poached by the Battlefield Alliance, and he apologizes for disappointing him. He says he understands and that there is nothing to be done about it. He admits helplessly that a small group cannot retain talent. It was not just the blacksmith. Several of his higher talent members have already been pulled away by larger groups, and he does not blame them for chasing better odds. He privately admits to himself that after tonight he may need to consider folding the troop into a larger formation. The 5th night gutted them. The 6th and 7th he cannot even picture. The matter is settled. He has no reason to linger, buying 7 forging materials. He buys them from the great star troop at 10 gold apiece, then pulls his RV out of the canyon. The peak of the night's outbreak has finally passed. The regional chat shows the area's survivor count holding steady, just over 70,000. After that steep drop, he decides to stop taking on any more contracts. Thunder Curtain completely drained his energy, so he needs some rest, setting a random cruising route. He leaves auto-target attack active, heads to the back, and collapses onto the sofa. Not bad night of work. He cleared over 500 gold coins, plus a C-grade limit. Break gem. The material drop rate, though, is absolutely terrible right now. He is starting to notice that the more elites he kills in a short window, the lower those drops slide. Tonight, he wiped out over 90% of the elites in that pack. Nearly 100 kills, and walked away with only 6 forging materials, compared to wild monsters. That is brutal. He really needs a reliable blacksmith to work with long term. He still has 3 forging tools left, and decides to gamble them all on Moon's blood in a single push. He pulls the first tool out of storage, the heavy iron furnace thuds heavily onto the open floor. He drops Moon's blood right inside. Forging progress sits at 71%, and he is not sure 3 attempts will be enough to upgrade it. Past experience says Crazy Corpse nails and flame hearts give the lowest gains, so he saves those for last and loads a mantis blade. First harvested from a young zombie mantis he killed in the grassy sea the day before. The furnace hums to life, and 10 minutes later there is no golden flash. In the window, only a soft ping. Forging successful, bumping Moon's blood progress by 10% to 81, not bad. Next, he drops a tree spirit heart from an earlier kill into the second tool. Another 10 minutes yields 12%, bringing it to 93. He claps. This final tool should max it. He drops in a Crazy Corpse nail and hits start. The furnace hums, the red light glows, and halfway through the cycle the window flares from deep red to dazzling gold. Talk about insane luck, big success. The timer hits 0 and the game panels stack up, a lucky critical hit on the forge. Progress rises by 7.7%, triggering an upgrade from rare grade to precious artifact grade. The blade is completely wrapped in gold light from edge to tip. He reaches in, his fingertips brush the light and it crumbles into sparkling dust to reveal the long knife beneath. To his delight, Moon's blood now comes. Not just with a blade and hilt, but with a scabbard gilded in red patterns. Finally a scabbard, he grips the textured metal sheath and slowly draws the blade. The new Moon's blood is 1.22 meters long, noticeably heavier, the edge shimmering. The black and red patterns down the blade are matched by a cold, stark aura. The new status panel rolls up, naming it a growth weapon, precious artifact grade, infinite durability, modification devices, and super edge. Sharpening at level 2 and lightweight at level 5. Forging progress resets to 7%. The exclusive skill makes his heart stutter, a passive life drain, a kill with. This weapon carries a 1% chance to add a random constitution gain anywhere from 0.1 to 5 points. Every strike stacks a 1% critical rate that resets only when a critical hit lands. A second exclusive skill unlocks at Mystic treasure level, themed as a legendary gift from the goddess of the night. Forged from meteoric iron and Moon's bloodstone, the dust is wiped clean. The crimson Moon's edge is poised to reflect blood and flame again. Here is a friendly tip. A note at the bottom adds that success rates vary, so a good blacksmith is key. They maximize materials. The best part is killing enemies to gain permanent attributes. There is no cap whatsoever. That 1% chance looks tiny until he imagines it at scale, then it is terrifying. That 0.12 5-point random range bothers him slightly. If this is the kind of luck that loves rock bottom, he will have words with the goddess. The forging experience required for the next tier is tenfold. He does the math on what it will take to upgrade Moon's blood again. More than 100 crazy corpse nails, over 1,000 gold, and endless raw materials. That is all before the blacksmith takes his cut. He sighs, grabbing a change of clothes and steps into the bathroom. Mountain spring water pours over his head, distant machine guns rattle, and the muffled thump of exploding zombies pulses in his ears, making him feel sharper than before. He washes away the night, changes, drops onto the sofa, and cracks the back window so his damp hair can dry in the breeze. As the night deepens, the oppressive heat is gone, the zombies fade out with it. Where he was putting down 20 or 30 an hour back at sundown, he is down to a single dozen. By midnight, sighting a zombie becomes rare. Night 5 is over. He parks the RV by a stream to refill the water tanks. His expression sharpens. Rubbing his hands together, he opens his pack. Things are about to get wild. You can feel the hype building. He opens his panel. He holds over 2,100 gold coins, alongside gear containing a modified level 2 sniper rifle, another rifle, 2 pistols, and a longsword. There is also a dagger, 700 universal rounds, and precious cicada wing armor. His tool rack carries an excellent grade iron pickaxe, machete, and a grappling hook. The material shelf is stacked with 281 parts. 51 steel sheets, 132 leather, 10 alloy, 10 superwood, and armor core 15. Crazy corpse nails and 12 flame hearts. Provisions are solid with 31 fresh fruits 15. High-grade breads 11 instant meals, 20 energy drinks, and 5 energy bars 7 sodas. Talent fragments sit at 1 C grade, 1 B grade, and 1 A grade. After tonight's battles, he has cleared more than 300 elite monsters. Canyon and the rest of the run, plus that massive Star Troop payout, putting him close to 1,000 gold. On top of that, his kill bonus pays out 336.3 gold, ballooning his total to over 2,500. A smirk curves his lips. He has never fought such a lucrative battle. Time to bleed his wallet. He opens the exchange and buys 500 parts and 500 steel sheets in one go. Prices for these critical materials are stable. Parts hold at 0.8, sheets at 0.2, 500. Gold vanishes instantly. Back in stage 1, that stockpile would have lasted him weeks. Now he buys what he needs and worries about cost later. Once the materials drop in, he pulls up the vehicle panel. The heavy armored RV is at stage 2, hitting 180 kilometers an hour. Durability holds at 100% while slowly bleeding. Fuel is down to 1.5, upgraded components. Like the shooting compartment are fixed, tires and seats are maxed, the turret is level 2 and armor is at maxed and replaceable, a level 2 machine gun turret and external armor. Level 2 targeting radar is level 2, engine at level 5, chassis at level 3, central control panel at level 3, power generator is level 2, refrigerator is level 2, total level 26, vehicle advancement needs 1,500 gold, 400 parts, 5,000 steel sheets, 1 armor core and a component total of 50 or more to unlock. The evaluation praises his heavy armored vehicle as a powerful chassis that crushes enemies on contact while still keeping life comfortable on the road. The essentials are done. What he needs now is to push the total level to 50 as cheaply as possible, then trigger the final upgrade. He gets up, searching the vehicle for cheap points. The kitchen gas stove on the marble counter catches his eye first, an item he ignored forever. Just like the tires and seats, it is already maxed. So the only option left is finding replacements. He drops 3 gold and 2 parts on the cheapest stove, set the exchange offers, top off 1 unit of fuel and the stove level lights up. He is too lazy to cook most days, so it will likely just collect dust. Still, a point is a point. Next stop is the sofa. Its base is fabric with only 2 upgrade options. Ordinary artificial leather at 15 gold and 10 hides, or premium Napa leather at 35 gold and 20 leather. Compared to his other costs tonight, this is nothing. Besides, he sits on this couch more than anything else in here. He taps the Napa leather upgrade without hesitation. Suddenly, a bright white light sweeps the cabin. The old 2-seater fabric pad dissolves, and a textured leather couch replaces it. He flops down. The cushion yields just enough to cradle him. The solid backrest holds, letting him sink in with a sigh. Money really fixes everything. Walking over to the bed, his temper suddenly flares. Dan has climbed onto his clean mattress, sprawling out completely. Fast asleep with a wet patch beside him on the sheet, the little dragon peed. Right on the bed, he grabs the culprit, who startles awake thinking it is a fight. Dan thrashes wildly until he recognizes his owner, calming instantly. His tail droops in relief. He gets tossed back onto the bed while being questioned. The owner points angrily at the puddle. Dan just grunts, completely clueless. Slipping off the bed, he grabs his giant food bowl, dragging it over with great effort. He looks up with the most expectant eyes. A tiny dragon can manage. He just cannot resist. Cracking open 10 cartons of milk, he mashes some fresh meat buns, mixing a quick meal. This little dragon is going to ruin his life, and he has fully accepted it. Back at the bed, he checks the upgrade menu. The bed is a complete swap. 3 tiers are available: ordinary, elegant, and luxury, each fully loaded with bedding. He picks the elegant middle option for 30 gold. A soft light glows. The cheap spring setup instantly morphs into natural latex over zoned coils. Bedding upgrades from rough cloth to natural silk and premium cotton. He tests the new mattress. It is soft, incredibly supportive, and wonderfully cool. You really get what you pay for. Honestly, a bed like this deserves a personal maid waking him up and a butler serving him gourmet food. But reality calls. He is totally exhausted and lies there, slowly drifting away on the edge of sleep, before finally forcing himself up after 10 minutes. Talk about putting things off. After the bed and sofa, only one comfort feature remains. Inside the cabin, upgrading the full car interior is the main event, not just a cosmetic change. It is the only upgrade that expands the vehicle's actual footprint without. He pulls up the panel. The level 1 interior gives the living and storage areas a solid material upgrade, layering in sound and heat insulation, adding half a meter to length, 2 meters to height, and 3 meters to width. The cost is 50 gold, 50 parts, 50 leather, and 1 super wood. He has everything on hand and hits the upgrade button. The RV emits a soft white glow, and the entire body begins to expand proportionally, like it is actually growing. 1 minute later, the glow fades, and the cabin is completely transformed. The living area floor is now beautiful peach wood with a wear-resistant glaze. The walls have taken on a space gray coating that looks fantastic against the wood floor, making the entire space look high-end and elegant. The direct lighting has been replaced with hidden lights, soft and full instead of harsh glare. The extra space in every dimension has opened the cabin right up. That cramped feeling is completely gone, and the vehicle is suddenly much quieter. Outside, wind barely reaches inside. even if a lava zombie exploded nearby the interior. Temperature would not spike like it used to. It is worth every single coin. He looks at the second tier, level 2 interior adds a wine cabinet, a bar, and a 52-inch K resolution screen. It deepens insulation and tacks on another half. 2 meters of height and zero point 0.3 meters of height. The cost is 70 gold, 70 parts, 70. Leather, 1 level 1 chip and 2 super wood. The price is steeper but still well within his comfort zone. He buys a level 1 chip and hits upgrade, another. White flash washes over the vehicle. The cabin, expanded twice in a row, now has become a massive space. Even the driver's seat is larger, the new wine cabinet. Bar and wall-mounted television reshape the layout into something coordinated and almost designer-made. He nods at the result. It feels like a 5-star hotel. He sits on the new leather sofa, crosses his legs and tells the system panel to turn on the TV. The 52-inch screen flicks alive. No ads, no apps, no internet handshake, just a clean and practical client interface. The categories include television series, movies, variety shows, even novels, and short dramas. He runs a quick search. Almost every popular film and television work from his previous life is right there. Highest definition, uncensored with zero buffering, on a whim, he searches for some less mentionable things, and yes, they really are. There, this television alone is worth 70 gold. He turns it off anyway. There is still work to do tonight, and he is not the kind of person to surrender to pleasure on a deadline. He checks the level 3 details. Level 3. Interior unlocks a secondary vehicle, unlocks a sentry robot, and deepens insulation further, adding a full meter to length, 4 meters of height, and 6 meters of width. The cost is 300 gold, 300 parts, 300 leather, 1 level 2 chip, 5 super wood, but the panel kindly reminds him that he cannot upgrade because he is still a tier 2 vehicle, so level 2 interior is his cap until he advances. That is fine. A tier 3 vehicle that mounts a secondary vehicle, though, is huge. The Moon's Blood passive has him committed to close combat now, and rolling the full RV into every fight is going to get clumsy. A secondary vehicle would let him. He can always jump out to fight on foot, but that massive sentry robot, no matter what kind of firepower it brings, it is definitely going on his shopping list. He cannot wait. His level climbs to 31. Walking through the cabin, he notices the air conditioner and refrigerator are only level 2. Since upgrading is so cheap, he easily pushes both appliances up 3 levels. Now they are maxed, pure flexing. The air conditioner sweeps from 8 to 45 degrees Celsius on 30 horsepower. It can easily turn the entire cabin into a giant, freezing walk-in refrigerator. But doing that devours too much power. Meanwhile, the refrigerator transforms into a massive 618-liter double-door beast. It is a 4-zone monster. Complete with ultra-fast freezing, it easily stores a ridiculous amount of food and drinks. Stocking up on cola is the ultimate goal. Total cost is 300 gold. Plus another 100 in materials, cheap upgrades that push his level to 37. Why is he still 13 levels short? Where are those points supposed to come from? The engine is maxed. The targeting radar is no different. Spending his remaining 1,000 gold changes nothing. It only adds a single level. He needs to save gold for the autocannon, so he searches for a hidden path. The wheel hubs, he jumps outside, and the vehicle proportions look completely wrong. The frame has grown too much. The chassis and external armor scaled up with it, but the hubs stayed tiny. Right now, the vehicle looks like a giant turtle shell perched on stubby legs. Thankfully, the upgrade panel obliges. Upgrading those 17-inch traditional hubs to 21-inch low-carbon steel ones will fix this. It matches the brake calipers, cuts weight by 10%, and boosts braking power. Cost is 3 gold and 10 steel sheets. He hits upgrade, the hubs expand, the tires inflate, and the chassis rises up. Standing taller now, he decides to burn through the entire upgrade chain at once. He jumps from cast steel at level 2 to flow-formed at level 3. Next is forged at level 4, before reaching full carbon fiber at level 5. That is maxed instantly. Wheel hubs are now an insane 45 inches, with beautiful matte black spokes. Bright red carbon ceramic brake calipers complete this incredibly clean look. It screams absolute luxury, total overkill, but he needs those level points. He takes one last walk around the vehicle. There is just one thing left: headlights equipped with autonomous driving capabilities. Headlights barely matter, so he throws some gold at a cheap high-power set. He just wants the upgrade points. Finally, every single quick slot is fully completed. His overall level hits 43. Now comes the painful part, checking his balance. After buying all those materials and upgrading the hubs, he has barely any gold left. He has just over 1,000 gold. Opening the machine gun turret panel reveals options. The close-in weapon system requires 500 gold and 1,500 steel sheets. That is 880 gold total. The flamethrower turret costs 350. Plus 50 units of fuel, with exchange prices sitting at 25 gold per unit and 11 per. 1 unit of fuel converts to a stunning 2230 gold. What kind of firepower comes off a flamethrower turret to justify that massive price? He tables that thought until his vehicle has more turret slots. For sheer practicality and cost, the close-in weapon system is his only move. Golden parts are good enough. But his steel sheet stockpile is dry, so he burns 300 gold on 1,500 steel sheets from the market and hits upgrade. Instantly, the machine gun on the roof expands in a flash of white light, morphing into a pitch-black coated turret. With 7 20mm caliber barrels, the barrels are 2 meters long, secured by metal mesh on a rotating base as big as a small fortress. The moment the upgrade finished, the entire vehicle visibly sinks a few centimeters under the massive new weight. The system panel displays a level 3 close-in weapon system. It is a defensive turret type packing a maximum firing rate of 12,000 rounds per minute, 7 20mm barrels. Capable of completely shredding any life form below a super monster, it is truly formidable. And insanely expensive to feed, at 12,000 rounds per minute using universal bullets. Priced at 100 for 2 gold, this beast swallows 240 gold of ammo in a single minute of fire. This makes the value of infinite bullets suddenly look like an absolute lifesaver. He's going to need more infinite bullets and infinite durability items. Checking the exchange, he finds exactly one. Infinite bullet listing, asking for 500 gold. There are 0 durability listings. He closes the screen and sighs. These items are incredibly scarce. No one is selling them, prices are skyrocketing, and he is incredibly lucky he grabbed his upgrades when he did. Stepping back, he admires the completely transformed armored vehicle. Every single slot is finely glowing. Total level is 44, with a lit over 200 gold left, which he plans to split between power generation, the radar system, and resources for vehicle advancement. The gold deficit on the upgrade itself is going to be somewhere between 4,000 and 7,000 gold, pushing to tier 3. Before the next horde arrives, that is a question for tomorrow. It is 1 in the morning, the heat wave is gone, cool air slides into the cabin. He yawns and heads inside, where Daniel has finished his bowl of milk and realized their home is suddenly larger and much nicer. Now the little guy is bouncing off the walls like an excited husky, leaving milk splatters everywhere. In a chaotic pattern, he just watches. The dragon is set for life. He picks Daniel up, telling him to stop running around like a four-legged snake, warning him that he is going to get stepped on if he keeps this up. The baby dragon settles down slightly, which is the absolute best he can hope for. He notices that the little guy feels heavier. His growth rate is honestly insane. Prying his mouth open, he sees the tiny milk teeth are already in. Soon he will be transitioning to meat, which actually makes things much easier since raw meat is everywhere. On these plains, since he lacks a proper kitchen, he used to just leave those drops behind. He looks at his pet and asks why he cannot fly yet since he is a dragon, wondering why he is always crawling. Danya just looks up with bright, clueless eyes. Standing up, he lifts the little dragon high over his head and lets go. No flying here. He drops straight down, landing with a soft quack. He gets up completely offended, chomps down on his pants leg in revenge, and bolts straight under. He curls on the bed like a four-legged snake. He lets him sulk, too young to teach. Another yawn. The crushing exhaustion of the day finally catches up all at once. The vehicle is a total mess. He does not care. He sets the air conditioner to comfortable. He shuts off the lights and slides under his new covers, though he planned to study. He wanted to check that C-grade overlimit gem, but sleep claims him. Morning arrives. Something tugs at his collar. He opens his eyes to find Danya standing right there. The little creature is perched on his chest. Spotting him awake, Danya leaps to the floor. He drags his milk bowl over, waiting expectantly. The clock reads 8. Our hero stretches. Sleep restored all his energy. He climbs out of bed to prepare a fresh meal. He pours a full bowl, but before the pet can eat, he stretches him out. Measuring head to tail, he is almost 50 centimeters long. Yesterday, he was under 20. He grew that much in one day. Our hero puts him down to eat. After washing up, he plates a hearty breakfast, opens the chat, and eats while scrolling. The chatter is the usual chaos. Thank goodness the weather is finally normal today. Last night was brutal. 500 survivors held up against a wall and barely survived. The monsters pulled back at the last second, but tomorrow the actual horde arrives. Get strong now, develop your base quickly, or you won't even know how you died. A guild named God of Slaughter is actively recruiting water element talents for a mission. They promise a guaranteed payday at Shanwell Lake. Meanwhile, the Battlefield Alliance is also recruiting. They charge a 10 gold membership fee, offering officer slots and group merges. Another guild called Dune is recruiting truck survivors for 80 gold a day. This is for the Black Mountain mining area, but someone immediately warns the channel. Dune is just a ghost dragon society front. Go in and you never leave. Plenty of survivors got burned this week. Another user is shocked by the warning. They wonder who has the nerve to expose them. The whistleblower confidently replies. He is the vice captain of the Mountain and Sea Alliance's 7th Squad. No wonder he is brave enough to speak. That mining area generates absolute horror. Right on cue, a Ghost Dragon Society loyalist enters the chat, typing furious threats. He curses the Mountain and Sea Alliance, swearing to slaughter their members on sight. Rumor spreaders are warned to keep their eyes wide open in public. So the tension between the Mountain and Sea Alliance and their rivals is sharpening. But our guy does not care about their petty drama. He has bigger fish to fry. Instead, he shifts his attention to his private inbox, where hundreds of unread messages wait. They have piled up over the past few days, and he hasn't had time to look. Most are stale trade requests, panic-fueled distress calls, and useless recruitment pitches. Some users claim to sell high-tier items. He opens a few, but they are all garbage. Completely obsolete for his current level, he clears them all out with one click. Suddenly, a fresh private message lands. It is from Joe Soryong, a familiar leader. Joe was the boss of that small convoy he saved from the high ground. He asks if our hero remembers him, claiming to have some highly valuable information. Our guy tells him to speak. Joe explains his guild leader bought a special item. It is a rare dungeon quest book, something our main character likely has not seen yet. Joe promises this particular find is going to absolutely blow his mind. It was pulled from a nightlight treasure chest. Joe sends the details over immediately. It is a Goblin Lair quest book, a C-rank dungeon with 5 invitation tickets. These invitations grant entry rights for a joint clear. Tickets go for 20 gold each, with the system rating it novice level. It is meant for survivors who cleared the first round of tests. Full preparation is absolutely mandatory before attempting it. A failed clear carries an extremely high risk of death, the system warns. No personal vehicles allowed. That gets a reaction from him, lifting his eyebrow, a C rank. Novice dungeon meant only for survivors capable of walking through. A whole zombie horde, that is a pretty generous definition of novice. These quest books are perfect. He saw an S-rank trap Dragon Great Marsh yesterday and assumed. He figured no one had touched this batch yet, but someone just did. Someone opened it. Our guy tells Joe Soryong he is incredibly interested and asks about the plan. Joe gets a bit sheepish, asking him politely not to take offense, but his guild leader needs an interview at Twilight Canyon. Would he go? Joe quickly assures him that the whole thing is just a standard safety check, promising. The leader has an amazing reputation and is completely trustworthy. Send coordinates, he says. Once the location drops, he heads out without wasting a single second. Driving there, Joe shares the details. Only 2 of the 5 spots are locked in. Lai Yunguk, leader of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, and Captain Guanggu are set. Everyone else in the Mountain and Sea Alliance lacked power or feared the immense risk. That leaves 3 empty slots that must be filled by capable outsiders. Since they cannot advertise this, the leader asked his captains for help. Squad captains had to recommend top-tier elites. They needed impeccable character and real power. Joe Soryong remembered him and put his name forward, which is exactly how he ended up here. He's incredibly good at handling things, and our guy will definitely find a way to thank him. He has got all the combat strength he could ever ask for, but no dungeon to use it on. Honestly, getting an epic opportunity like this out of nowhere is just pure gold. will not question. He is pretty curious what a C-rank dungeon looks like from the inside. Twilight Canyon is over 100 kilometers away, and he barely sets off when the dashboard flashes a low fuel warning. He buys 3 units to top up. The range climbs to 338 kilometers. After last night's massive upgrade, the RV is way heavier, which means his fuel consumption has scaled up pretty heavily. 1 unit now only gets him 80 kilometers. Luckily, fuel prices just dropped back to normal. At 7 gold per unit today, otherwise this trip would have really hurt. He sets the vehicle to auto drive, walks to the back, and grabs his C-grade Talon over limit gem. He was too busy yesterday, but today is the day he finally focuses his gaze on the shiny gem. Instantly, the system prompt fires a warning about talents undergoing awakening are permanently locked into the talent tree and absolutely cannot be unequipped or replaced. He needs to consider this carefully. It is permanent, right? His C-grade options are Body Technique and Eagle Eye. Technique is an all-purpose close combat booster, faster, way more agile. Sharp reactions, evasion, and 0 weaknesses. Even an idiot knows it is a winning choice, but Eagle Eye is more specialized, useful for long-range tactical intel, though it definitely demands a massive amount of his combat IQ and burns stamina fast over a short active duration. He chooses Eagle Eye anyway. Elementary, just a prefix, it means a far more advanced Body Technique is waiting somewhere down the line if he over limit awakens. This one now only to later inherit a high-tier body skill, their combat ecology will overlap. He would absolutely hate himself for wasting a slot. Eagle Eye does not have that ceiling. Use it, he tells the panel. The gem shatters with a bang. A wisp of gold flies straight between his brows. Extreme clarity blooms in his head. Something indescribable surges into his eyes. The old Eagle Eye was like wearing a pair of glasses he had to put on. This new version feels completely innate, woven directly into his soul. The system pings. The Eagle Eye talent has successfully undergone its over limit awakening. A fresh screen rolls up, showing the talent at C grade, over limit awakening. Skill 1 is penetration, and active, focusing his attention on his eyes. It multiplies normal vision by 10, dynamic vision by 15, and enhances visual stealth, making him far less likely to be spotted by high-level enemies. It drains stamina continuously while active. Skill 2 is discern, a passive that lets his eyes more easily spot an enemy's weak points in a normal state. The description calls it the gaze of an eagle, under which even an enemy's most perfect combat form looks clumsy and full of openings. The active is sharply stronger, with multipliers up 5 times across the board. The new passive, called Discern, looks simple but is concise in a profound way. It is a skill that scales beautifully into higher-level battles. Low ceiling on paper, but ceilingless in practice. He cracks open the panoramic window. Outside, a wide plain of green grass stretches to the horizon under clear skies. He focuses on his eyes and penetration kicks right in. The world snaps into a clarity that feels like a high-speed motion camera mounted to his face, with a wide-angle lens grafted on. And he can clearly see the wings hidden beneath the body of a cricket as it jumps in the grass. Not bad, he thinks. He grabs an iced cola, drops back onto the leather sofa, turns the television on, and lets the drive roll. By 10 in the morning, he is parked at the legendary Twilight Canyon. The land here rolls in low folds, forests woven with winding streams, the flora lush and bright. 2 colossal mountains stretch into the sky ahead, their rift cut as cleanly as if a giant sword had split them open, forming a smooth fracture zone. The mountains are too vast to take in, their summits hidden in cloud and mist, their actual scale completely unknowable from where he sits. Twilight Canyon runs between them. Calling it a canyon is generous. It feels more like a small plain and open terrain, a complete ecosystem. The mountain and sea Alliance's camp sits on the outer edge. The interior and depths are buried in dense forests and heavy fog, and absolutely no one has explored them yet. He rolls all the way to the camp. The Mountain and Sea Alliance has accepted nearly 8,000 members now. The vast majority are ordinary low-level survivors, but the weight of 8,000 bodies behind a single banner is real power. His RV gets stopped at the outer gate. The guards are sharp and demand his pass. He pings Joe Soryong. He emerges a moment later. The crowd around the gate has caught sight of the RV and is openly staring. Holy crap, is that an upgraded truck? Why is it so huge? And what is that machine gun on the roof? That is not a machine gun. That is a massive cannon. The caliber is ridiculous. Who is this absolute deity, brother? The crowd begs to know who the big shot is. Joe Soryong waves them back. He stands with his spine noticeably straighter than usual, soaking in all the attention. He tells them to clear a path, calling his passenger a distinguished guest invited by Jungkook. Soryong was asked to bring this guest, proudly leading him inside. Soryong walks with the stride of someone who has waited all week for this exact moment. He is absolutely thrilled, though he refuses to show it. Just days ago, the main character was a passing favor. Now Soryong escorts a true powerhouse. Someone whom even the Alliance coders cannot match, backed by a Tier 2 vehicle and heavy weapons. That beast of an RV is stacked levels deep, stamping Soryong's name into the gate. Soryong was once just a minor cadre easily overlooked, but now he feels real recognition. For the first time, he feels the satisfying weight of being noticed. Look at him strut. This legendary powerhouse actually knows his name. Soryong leads him through the crewed vehicles. Surprisingly, the camp has changed. The Mountain and Sea Alliance camp has already begun building a basic civilization. On the open ground, older survivors are busy cooking and sorting supplies. Other men frame simple wooden houses with rough beams while melting down steel sheets. They even refine crude oil in stinking little stills, as Joe Soryong explains the setup. More than half the Alliance no longer sleeps in vehicles, since rough huts beat cars. The whole place runs in clean order, which explains why so many people join them. Their leadership clearly has a method. Soryong leads him to a large central tent. Inside, the legendary Lee Jong-guk waits, looking square-faced and steady in his military gear. He has the unmistakable, heavy presence of a former soldier. Joe Soryong introduces him, and Lee Jong-guk stands to shake his hand warmly. Since vehicles cannot enter the dungeon, he still needs to gauge his personal strength. He has already interviewed more than 10 people this morning. Only 2 have passed. He strokes his chin and lays out his gear. A heavy Baraton rifle, a rocket launcher with ammunition, and solid close combat weapons. Perfect for handling elite monsters, Lee Jong-guk slaps his hands together. 2 of the most practical weapons, both fully approved. They pass through the tent, rows to a lively bonfire rest area. Staff grill meat and squeeze fresh juice around the clock for frontline fighters. 3 people sit on wooden stumps. Lee Jong-guk introduces him as the 5th member. He gestures to a graceful woman in her 30s with pinned-up dark hair. She has an elegant, attractive vibe underneath her tactical gear. This is Captain Gwanggu of the Alliance. She smiles and nods. He introduces an arrogant-looking man as Hyodek, a Sequence 4 top expert. He belongs to the Sinpong group, and he flicks him an expressionless nod. Hyodek asks when they depart, and Lee Jong-guk replies immediately. He turns to the last woman, explaining she was recommended by Captain Gwanggu. She is a lone wolf expert just like him. They speak at once. She claims she does not know him, making him freeze. Her eyes slip aside. Is she really still holding a grudge over one ignored message? Talk about awkward. Lee Jong-guk catches the friction, telling them to trust each other as comrades. They must fight back to back. He hands out dungeon tickets one by one. Charging 20 gold each is practically free, and as the key is distributed. The organizer is incredibly generous. A ticket pops up right in front of him. C-Rank Donggu Mountain's quest. Eliminate all goblins within a 5-hour limit. Time starts upon entry, with rewards automatically distributed based on final scores. Timeout means 0 rewards. There are no teleports, only manual exits. Lee Jong-guk claps his hands, signaling everyone to gather at the gate. Minutes later, the ground shakes. Hajujang rolls in on a heavy motorcycle. Then Guang's sleek sedan arrives, alongside Hyodek's armored off-road. It has a roof-mounted machine gun, rolling alongside Lee Jong-guk's rare tank. Right next to them sits our hero's black, hulking armored RV. The moment they get a clean look at his roof, the entire group freezes. They can accept the heavy RV, but that roof weapon, pure madness. Hyodek is leaning out his window with a cigarette, acting cool. Parked behind Lee Jong-guk's tank, he stares up at the absurd turret. Staring at the massive gun, he goes silent and quickly presses a button. With a soft hum, his own roof-mounted machine gun quickly retracts. Even Lee Jong-guk's eyebrows raise. He knew the vehicle was strong, not this absurd. A close-in weapon system sits on the roof. Lee Jong-guk's tank is different. It only fires one 85mm shell every 25 seconds. In raw firepower, that single shell is weaker than a 7-barreled 20mm gun. For a lone wolf to grow this powerful in days, truly mind-blowing. His strength is off the charts. He is curious if the ammunition auto-generates. He wonders about reload costs too, but those details are kept strictly secret. The convoy rolls out in order. Behind their 5 war machines, more vehicles follow. Over a dozen escort vehicles are led personally by an alliance captain. This team will guard the dungeon teleport point and await their return. Just over an hour later, they reach a massive, rugged mountain range. Near the dark mining area, our hero changes into a tactical suit. Barrett rifle and rocket launcher are slung across his back. The Moon's Blood blade is on his hip, with a Desert Eagle ready. At the last second, he swaps his sniper rifle for an AK. The AK is cheap and reliable, a perfect backup weapon if it runs dry. Before leaving, he leaves 2 huge bowls of food for Danya. He wants to ensure his little dragon stays happy. They all dismount. Fully geared, Lai Jongguk steps forward to assign their battle roles. He takes Vanguard, Guang supports, Hyo Deek skirmishes, and Hajujang defends. Our hero is assigned long-range support, but he immediately requests close-quarters action. He wants to use the Moon's Blood blade to farm some monsters. They notice the blade at his waist for the first time and chuckle. Lai Jongguk tells him to relax, since they have close combat covered. He is told to focus on long-range support, which thrills Hyo Deek. A cocky smirk plays on Hyo Deek's lips as he intentionally leaks his aura. He assumes our hero is just a fool who overspent on a flashy RV. But he has no idea who he is dealing with. Meanwhile, Hajujang remains calm. She is quiet, but her sharp gaze lingers on the Moon's Blood blade. Showing open curiosity, Lai Jongguk turns back to their escort captain. Lai Jongguk tells the older man it is all on him out here. Old Ju laughs and tells the commander not to worry because they will keep the vehicles airtight and that he should clear the dungeon in peace because not even a fly will get past. Lai Jongguk nods, draws a deep breath, and taps to activate the dungeon operation. Rune teleportation arrays bloom beneath everyone holding. Ticket, white light pours upward, and a mysterious energy wraps around their bodies. And the next second, the scene changes completely. They awaken inside the deep of the Donggu Mountains, a dense mountain forest with animal skeletons stripped white. Across the grass with random heaps of rotting limbs and innards, the stench blends blood decay and the foul goblin odor into a single putrid blanket. A synthesized mechanical voice echoes in their heads, telling them that a survivor's strength exceeds standard dungeon limits, and they are asked if they want to activate the highly rewarding Abyss mode, which doubles difficulty and rewards. Hae-deok bursts out laughing and says it figures. A C-rank dungeon is nothing since their strength is already past standard. Just slaughter the place. He almost said his own strength, then added the others. To save face, inside, everyone's thoughts are identical. Lai Jangu thinks it must be her while Guanggu thinks it's them. The protagonist silently knows it's him, but keeps it quiet. Lai Jongguk asks if anyone would reject doubled rewards. In the early game, Hei-U hits activate, and the protagonist clicks it next. After, seriously, this is free money. Juong and Lai Jongguk quickly follow. Only the conservative Guanggu hesitates, but seeing the crowd, she has no choice but to fall in. It is unanimous. The C-rank dungeon goblins layer is now active under Abyss mode. Countdown starts from 5 hours. Lai Jongguk waves them forward and they infiltrate the skeleton-strewn forest. Bones crunch under their boots as strange cries reach them from ahead. The group glides up to the ridge and parts the tall grass. The sight on the other side spikes the hair on the back of his neck. Down in the vast basin, skeletons heap in literal mountains while ferocious, green-skinned figures move between filthy semicircular wooden huts. Dead in the center, the corpse of a giant beast. Sprawls tens of meters long, fur stripped, as a crowd of goblins celebrates, feasting on the flesh and bones. Some hoist a length of large intestine like a trophy, others fight over the eyeballs, and some pile on top of each other, mating and making the strangest noises. The whole scene knits into a grotesque monster feast that completely turns the stomach. The panel names them goblins, an evil species of the Donggu Deep Mountains who hate humans and elves because they believe those two stole the blessings meant for them. Honestly, it is exactly the stereotype. Why are these the size of grown, ripped muscle? Almost all are already armed. He shifts his gaze to dozens of larger figures, among them giant goblins at elite monster level, special variants that ate mysterious fruits, broke their growth caps, and gigantized, warning never to engage them head-on. he counts roughly more than 1,000 goblins with dozens. Being elite is that all, pretty simple. Lee Jongguk's eyes darken and he tells everyone to prepare their gear. Several pull out weapons and armor from their packs. Lee Jongguk lifts a wide broadsword in his right hand and a shield in. To his left, a massive tank. Hodio slips into silver-white light armor and unsheathes twin swords, declaring guns are for kids and real men use blades. Gwangu climbs into mobile armor heavier than Lee Jongguk's, carrying 2 gigantic shields instead of weapons. How terrified of death can one person be? Sensing their stares, she mumbles that she is just support. Only Haju Song and our sniper show no obvious changes as they prepare. His weapons are already equipped, and his cicada wing armor rests hidden under his clothes. Haju Song arrived wearing a black tactical suit, very similar in design to his. But hers is rare-grade gear, combining high speed and elite defense into one precious piece. While his is just cheap bargain bin gear, suddenly Lee Jongguk starts barking out battle orders, commanding Ho Dio and Gwangu to anchor a tight defense with him while telling him to snipe elite monsters from a distance and ordering Haju Song to protect his position. The young woman crosses her arms, tilts her chin up with a slight smirk, and tells him to stay behind her later, acting like an older sister protecting her. Little brother, right as she speaks, the surrounding air vibrates as 2 rhomboid flying blades drift from her belt, hovering silently beside her with gleaming edges. Our sniper raises an eyebrow. Not bad, she actually has a psychic talent. He laughs and agrees. Lee Jongguk slams his shield and sword into the dirt with a heavy hand. He pulls 4 grenades from his waist, bites the pins, and hurls them forward into the basin. Our sniper lifts his rocket launcher simultaneously, aiming at the thickest goblin cluster before pulling the trigger. Bright tail fire blooms as the rocket launches. The goblins are still busy celebrating, only noticing the threat when the missile is directly on top of them. The brutal detonation tears dozens apart, spraying limbs and blood everywhere. In this abyss mode, every single gold drop is doubled. These basic goblins now act like elite monsters, their half-gold value boosted to a full gold coin each, with at least 1,000 of them here farming this mob will net him an absolute fortune. Suddenly, the goblin camp explodes in pure rage. Every head snaps around, and honestly, things are about to get incredibly violent. The tribe goes mad, hoisting stone axes and crude scimitars as thousands of them charge the high ground. The earth trembles. Lee Jongguk roars Gwangu's name. Her eyes narrow, brilliant light flares in her pupils as rapid status notifications pop. Up before them, Tree Spirit's blessing, a C-rank buff boosting strength and defense. Then comes Whisper of the Wind God, a D-rank buff that increases their movement speed. This dual support talent is absolutely insane. His body instantly lightens as his stats soar. A faint protective energy haze settles on his skin as a defensive barrier. Lee Jongguk roars the charge and sprints forward. Mid-stride, his massive muscles balloon, and he grows another 2 meters taller out of thin air, gripping his massive sword. With both hands, a single horizontal sweep slices several charging goblins clean in half. Hodio leaps in right behind him, his dual swords flashing with deadly precision. Using his metal element talent, blinding golden light bursts from his twin blades and wildly expands their reach, mowing down the goblin horde like they are cutting vegetables. Our sniper does not rush for cheap trash kills. He fires another devastating rocket, then swaps to his heavy Barrett, scoping in on a giant goblin and firing. A powerful round instantly explodes its head into red mist, another elite goblin down. He works the heavy bolt and fires again, dropping nearly 10 elites in seconds. He fires a second shot, then a third, after taking down nearly 10 elites. The goblin army reaches the foot of their high ground. Haju Song's cold eyes do not move. The 2 flying blades by her side begin to tremble, with a clean metallic chime. They disintegrate into dozens of slender shard blades and shoot out like lightning. More than a dozen goblins go down in a single sweep, then the shards swerve and weave through the horde, taking lives like mowing grass. She carves a vacuum zone around the 2 of them, in the middle of an overwhelming tide. Only one giant goblin breaks through, its body bristling with bloody wounds, roaring as it crashes in front of her and raising a fist the size of a water vat. Before the fist can land, its body floats off the ground, an invisible telekinetic grip wraps it. Its head shakes as if wrestling something and then suddenly twists 360 degrees, neck skin spiraling like a pretzel. The body crashes to the dust. Her figure stays perfectly still, the high ponytail Whipping in the wind, looking absurdly cool, another giant goblin charges in. But the instant she raises her palm, an armor-piercing round comes screaming in. Bursting its head like a rotten watermelon, she turns annoyed and tells him that was her kill. He stands, holsters the Barrett while chewing gum and tells her what she means. He aimed first. Stronger ones are coming and he is only worried she won't handle them. She is stunned and asks where the stronger ones are. He points at the giant beast's corpse in the basin center and tells her to look at the neck wound. Its cervical spine is totally broken. And the beast was completely smashed apart. Could these weaklings have ever hunted a beast that size? Her face goes serious, but she cannot pick out the details from this distance and asks how he saw it. He tells her his eyes are just that good. Then he presses his earpiece. Lee Jong-guk and Hyodok are fighting like peerless generals deep in the army, soaked in green blood and leaving heaps of corpses. Gwangu is fully encircled at the back, a swarm of goblins hacking at her thick armor with stone axes and scimitars, but their blades clang harmlessly off. Her shield has a parry property. Every weapon that touches it bounces away. Any goblin that crashes into it goes flying. A few minutes in, and only a dozen elites are left, a fifth of the army cleared. Battle pressure starts to drop. Right when everyone thinks the dungeon is a guaranteed win, his voice goes out through the earpiece, telling them to pay attention because another boss should be on the way. Right then, a tremor rolls up from beneath their feet, and from beyond the basin, a sound like a mountain collapsing into a tsunami surges in. They turn and scan. Countless green-skinned, ferocious figures have appeared in the forest at the basin's edge, frantically surging towards them, far too many to count by eye. Lee Jong-guk roars to fall back and shrink the combat circle, yanking his broadsword from an elite's neck to fight back, with wave after wave joining their five-person situation inverts in seconds, and the easy hunt flips into a defensive grind. The one taking the most pressure is Haju Song, who must keep a safe vacuum around him for his output. Her pretty face goes taut, fully focused, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. He locks in on sniping elites, and whenever she starts to drown, he drops a close-range rocket to relieve her pressure, bringing down 7 or 8 more elites and blasting nearly 50. He stops, no ammo. Luckily, Lee Jong-guk and the rest fight now. They're way back and the pressure plummets. Lee Jong-guk warns in a solemn voice that they are in for the long haul, warning that this wave is huge. But the moment they brace for a numbers grind, heavy footsteps shatter that illusion. A colossal monster bursts from the forest, appearing at the basin rim with terrifyingly fierce momentum. The Shad is nearly 10 meters tall, like 3 giant goblins stacked. Its body bulges with rugged muscles, overgrown with purple plant roots that have become its blood vessels, dyeing its original green skin deep purple. It is hard to tell whether this is a giant goblin or a walking, eerie plant. The panel calls it a poisonous goblin demonic vine parasite super monster, explaining that these demonic vines are a terrifying disaster plant whose toxic spores parasitize low-level creatures, draining them within days. But creatures with extraordinary constitutions can coexist with the spores and mutate into a powerful new species, a super monster. Honestly, everyone there feels dropped into an ice cellar, cold sweat seeping nonstop. Even Hydeok loses his swagger, his blade hand trembling. Once a monster crosses into elite class, ordinary firearms cannot meaningfully damage it without sustained concentrated fire. A super monster is a tier completely beyond every elite. The gap is wider than the gap from regular to elite. Survivors who meet a super monster have only 2 outcomes: escape or annihilation, even 100 strong. Exploration Squad is no different, and in this entire region, not a single super monster has been killed on record. Looking at the new stream of goblins still pouring into the basin, their expressions go grim past the line. It looks like they really have to fight for their lives, Hydeok says with a bitter laugh. Who would have thought a so-called novice dungeon would be this terrifying? He remembers how excited he was to vote Abyss just now and wants to slap himself, win or die. Lee Jong-guk stares at the terrifying figure and asks how much ammunition the protagonist has left. He casually tosses the rocket launcher and Barrett into the bushes and tells him it is all gone. The news hits them like a thunderclap. Hydeok smiles, looking uglier than crying, asking what they do now. The protagonist weighs the moon blood and tells him it is no big deal. He still has a knife. Hydeok cannot even retort, telling him to stop joking. He also has 2 knives and what Good are they? The clear, cold voice of Hanju cuts in, telling everyone to stop chatting. Because that thing is coming, she's pulling back the defensive circle and they need to clear the small monsters. Guang fusses, asking Hanju whether she is going to do what she thinks. Hanju tells her she will go contain it, so they should clear the small fry first and then come help her. As she speaks, she looks at him, pulls a fist-sized object from her pack, and presses it into his arms, telling him she cannot protect him anymore, to be careful, and that if he cannot hold out to use this to escape and find somewhere to hide. At that moment her mind moves. The storm of shard blades around her snaps back to her front and reforms into the two flying blades. The girl springs into the air, the blades stick to her feet. And as her psychic power activates, she flies like a sword-wielding immortal, straight over the dense monster sea, soaring toward the poisonous goblin. Unfairly cool, he looks down at the item she left behind, a mist mushroom. A consumable that, when crushed, releases a heavy white mist. Monsters entering it temporarily lose their 5 senses, with 0 effect on humans. The duration is 1 minute. His lips curl, thoughtful. The goblin army charges forward the instant her defense vanishes with bloodthirsty screams. Li Jianguk roars for him to follow them. He raises his shield and broadsword. A charging slam sends 6 goblins flying. Guanggu pulls in close behind him. Hadox's eyes flash golden once more, his twin blades reignite with a sharp metal elemental edge. As he charges into the horde, he turns mid-stride to shout at him to hurry up, but the words die in his throat because he is no longer there. A flash of bright blade light sweeps the horde beside them. Heads and severed limbs leap out of the green mass with arcs of blood, like a chef tossing a giant pot of braised pork before anyone can even process it. His figure is already deep in the enemy ranks, moving too fast to track, like a startled dragon weaving through monsters. His red-patterned long saber is unstoppably sharp before goblin attacks can land. Heads are already flying through the air as monsters fall in chains. The dense cluster beside them is more than half cleared in a heartbeat. Seriously, his killing efficiency easily rivals Haju Sang's. Flying blades, he cuts his way to a giant goblin, his figure ghosting past its massive palm strike. The saber stabs straight into its neck as he rides the momentum to leap. The body spins in midair. His blade carves a perfect full moon and the head separates cleanly. The severed neck spouts a fountain of dark blood. The body sways and crashes down. He lands beside the corpse, shaking his palm and flicking the dark blood away. The blade is clean again, its edges pristine and as white as the moon. His smooth, flowing slaughter of this elite monster leaves Li Jianguk and the others completely stunned, their pupils trembling. Friend, they wonder, weren't you a marksman? How did you become a warrior? Assassin.